Recording in progress. Well, you know what that means, everybody. It means welcome to Hash Church, Season 11, Episode 2. Yes, today is Episode 2. I've got a room full of people that I'm going to let in here today. We got a bit of a special episode today. We're doing one of the suggestions from Caleb, one of our newest panelists who was studying music and cannabis. And he thought, wouldn't it be cool to do a music and cannabis episode. So look no further. We're here to do a music and cannabis episode. Caleb's invited a bunch of different people from the Water Boys to Mendo Dope to a bunch of other really cool folks. I invited only a few myself, but for this particular conversation, I really wanted to invite some of my Jamaican brethren. And so Kazam Davis, who's in the room right now, reached out to me. Now, Kazam hasn't really been playing music a lot for the last few years, but he was deeply involved for a very long time at a time when I was spending a lot of time in Jamaica. I feel like I met Kazam through the Little Joe crew, which there was this guy, Joe, and he was just amazing. He was kind of taken off. His music was blowing up. It's really powerful music, hair on the back of the neck standing up. And Joe unfortunately had brain aneurysm and he passed away. I believe he was 26 or 27 years old. And there was this whole crew of amazing musicians that I met through Joe's brother, Sila. And Kazam, you would remember his other brother's name, Gideon and Sila. So those were the two brothers. I went to their house. That's where I met, as well as Rebel Salute. I met a ton of amazing people from, geez, going through the whole name. I have a video that I'll show maybe a little bit later on, but that's who Kazam Davis is. So I want to welcome Christopher Carr into the room as well, and Dan, who just showed up, as well as Caleb Chen. How you doing this morning, Caleb?
Doing well. Excited for today. Got a shout
Excellent.
out to Kazam and Chris and Dan for showing up.
So, greetings, family.
Just fix my Bluetooth here. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Blessed love from Santa Cruz, giving thanks and praises every time. Stoked.
Oh, thanks and
Pleasure.
praises, man.
Always. Always.
There we go.
Hash
Yeah.
Church, we're coming correct on a very special day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, man. And shout out to everyone in LA going through
You on the
this
camera already?
crazy
No, I'm
fire
good.
scene. Is that you, Kazam? You speaking? I
Yo,
hear
my
you.
brother.
What's up,
Yes.
brethren?
Go on, my brother. Enough love and respect, Greetings, everyone.
Yeah,
Caleb,
yeah, man.
greetings, my family. Nice meeting everyone.
Yeah, man. Nice to meet you as well. Geez, it's got to be 10 or 15 years since I met you. I feel like I met you
Yes,
through
man.
that whole Rebel Salute. I feel like I met your wife before I met you, actually.
Yes, you did.
There she is. Yes, Lorraine, how are you doing?
How are you? How you remember my name?
Of course, I remember. Listen, I feel like I met you before you were mummy.
Yes,
Well, yeah.
you did.
Yeah, I met you before you were
Yeah.
mummy. So that's amazing. I hope you guys are doing wonderful, and it's nice to have you guys on the show today and
Yeah,
sharing.
we're
This was
good.
yeah, just, a little music, a little cannabis, a little conversation. I felt like to have a conversation about music and cannabis, it would be difficult not to have someone representing from Jamaica.
Hmm. Thanks
You know,
so
this,
much, man. Sorry.
yeah, Caleb has done some cool little, deep dives on cannabis. We were talking last week about
Hmm.
Cali weed and how he started looking for this term Cali weed in music and how he found so many different people using it in songs and titles. And he ended up
Hmm.
saying that it was a lot had come from Germany, if I'm not mistaken, Caleb, that you found the most
Oh,
songs were coming out of Germany with that term. And I thought, well, the most
wow.
songs that the most songs that use ganja have to come out of Jamaica. There's just no, I don't even
Mhm.
have to do the work. I just know that the most songs have to be coming out of Jamaica. I have been
That's right.
so blessed with my experience in Jamaica over the years. Years ago, a good friend of mine by the name of Jose Toku, he took over this YouTube uh, site called On Air FM, and he said, "Listen, I've got this site. These two guys are from the Czech Republic. They wrote all the code, and this was about helping musicians monetize their music on YouTube. You can obviously do it yourself, which I monetize my YouTube, and it's done by myself, but there's companies that can do it, and they can kind of bring you in and help monetize your music." So my buddy was like, "Hey, do you think you could help me? I'm going to go to Central and South America. I've got some other friends that are going to be going to Europe. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind going to Jamaica." And so we ended
Big
up
thing.
renting a booth. I brought a Rasta friend of mine from California with me to do the interviews. And
Yes.
we went to Rebel Salute in Jamaica in Mo Bay. And I'm telling you, we met everyone. It really
Yo, that
started.
was crazy.
It started with the Nomads, with Sheppy
Yes.
and
Yes,
Evie and
sir.
Bert and Bird Eye.
Yeah,
These were
yeah,
the
man.
first these were the first guys, and they were different, you know, they were not like they were just different. They stood out. They had these crazy suits on, they had these real pointy shoes, and I would learn later that they were really
Yes,
like
sir.
they were like an acting troupe, this group of guys. More
Yes.
they
We
were musicians, but also actors, right, Kazam?
yes, we went to Edna Manley, the same performing arts school. Not Edna Manley, but I went to EXED Performing Arts School
Hmm.
for music and performing arts, and
Right.
they would often come there to get a couple of their programs done at Edna at EXED because it was
Yes.
between EXED and Edna.
They
Yeah.
took me to Edna Manley School, the
Yeah.
acting school. We went and saw Protege when he
All
performed
right.
his album from start to finish, and he brought all the artists out, and it was pretty cool to be at the school with the Nomads, and they're introducing me to all the teachers and all the different
Yes,
people. So
sir.
really incredible experience. And then, of course, to meet up with all of you guys through that whole Little Joe group, and there was
Yes,
so many
sir.
of you guys when we brought these guys all over to the Penthouse bar at this
Mhm.
hotel in Kingston,
New
Jamaica.
Kingston.
Yeah, in New
Yes.
Kingston. So they all came over, and the video's on YouTube. I'll have to put it in the
That was
chat so
crazy.
people can see. Dude, it was so good, man. Like Dexter Malawi. I mean, can you th
Everybody.
Hempress Sativa was there, you know, Kazam Micaiah was there, Micaiah Shaman was there.
Micah
There was
Shemaya.
yeah, so many amazing musicians, and they just performed, and they performed from their soul, and it was so
Oh,
powerful. I
yes,
remember
sir.
actually like tearing up at that performance of
Yes,
this
sir.
juxtaposition of these real yard folks, you know, Jamaican yardies, like real
Sir.
local, you know, roots reggae people,
Roots. Yes, sir.
and then we're at this hotel that's like where all the business people stay in Kingston, like the
Crazy,
suits, you
man.
know, but we're all the roots representing. And it was just, I'll tell you, man, I think about that moment in time a lot. It was special to me, man. That was a real special time.
Right. Trust me, my brother. It was really a heaven sent vibes, you know, and trust me, how you guys, because even when you talk about Lorraine at Rebel Salute, how we went into Rebel Salute that year was by with a camera. None
Yeah.
of us paid. We just snuck in with a camera and let in about 15 of us.
I
And we
love
just
it,
take
dude.
over backstage. We just take over backstage like so we are the main artist performing.
Well, I'll tell you, I saw
Crazy.
Chronix that year, and he really did kind of become the main act that year. That was the
Yes,
year, that was really the year Chronix
took
blew
off.
up. He
Yeah.
really blew up.
And
I remember meeting him there. He had that little tiny backpack on, and he was so young. I don't know how old he was, but he was young.
yeah,
So
man.
special. And then to be able to go over to Billy's place, the surfing place
Mm.
over in
Billy
Kingston there,
Mystic.
and yeah, Billy Mystic, and there was like the
The full
Nomads brought
day.
me to some places there. That's where I met Kabaka Pyramid and Abishay and all of
Ah,
those brethren. Just
yes,
amazing,
sir.
awesome people, man.
Yes,
Holy
sir.
shit. I'll tell you, anyone that sings about cannabis and is into music absolutely needs to spend some time in Jamaica. It is musically, I have never. I mean, one time I was filming with Cali P. Do you know this brethren, Cali P? Sort of an
Yes,
Europe.
man. The artist
Yeah.
Calipi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cali P,
man.
exactly. So I was filming with Cali P, and we were in some little studio in Kingston, one of 10,000 studios in Kingston, Jamaica. And
Yes.
he's spitting. And then, another guy standing there. He's like, oh, hey, could I spit something? And then this other guy spits and he was amazing. And then there's another guy sitting in the shadows in the corner of this, kind of outside inside studio. Just this guy was like invisible. And then he was like, hey man, can I spit something? And then he popped up and just, it was like more talent, more talent, more
Yeah,
talent.
man.
The level of talent that you guys have in Jamaica, and I'm certain it's connected to the suffering and it's connected to the perspective of love
Yes.
and abundance instead of fear and scarcity. Dude, I can't say enough about it, man. I love you guys.
Man, circumstances make us who we are, and the
True.
reality, is that, Jamaica is like a open portal for creativity, it's like everybody in Jamaica is a artist,
It's
if
so
you
true.
really look at it that way.
It's so true. It's the first country I ever went to. When I was standing at the bus stop, I went in 1995 and I was standing on the bus stop waiting to get on the bus, which was an amazing experience in its own. I remember the guy next to me had a little piece of wood in his hand and I was like, I wonder what he's gonna do with that. Like, why is he just carrying a little piece of wood around with him? But he put it between two seats and made himself a seat on this
Yes,
bus that
sir.
we put like 30 people on this
Yes,
little
sir.
bus that fits like 11.
Amen.
But before we got on the bus, you would think that we were at a Sizzla concert. This guy had his boombox going and Sizzla was pounding and he's singing every lyric and he's
Yes, sir.
dancing almost violently like and my wife was like, "What is going on?" And I was like, "I think we're in
Good
Jamaica.
vibes.
I
Good
think we're in
vibes.
Jamaica, sweetie. That's what's up." Like I just love the energy and in North America sometimes we don't even want to look at each other in the eye when we walk by each other. We don't want to express our love and our joy and we're sometimes easier to express dismay and pain and anguish, but in
Right.
Jamaica once again this place where clearly people have less more than more, like Peter
Trust me,
said,
I know
some
what I
live
would.
in big but most live in small. Is that what Peter said?
Yes, sir. Virgin cost of living is crazy here in Jamaica, but we somehow, as a people, don't seem to make it but us. I don't
Yeah.
know how we do it. When the rest of the world will rebel if the prices of gas gone up by 1 cent.
Yeah.
Jamaica will say, yeah, man, but we make it nice, but trust me.
Trust me. You chopping up weed right now?
Right now, Virgin, I can't
Yeah.
have no weed church and do have no herb. I wish I had
Yeah.
some real good herbs, yo.
Oh, dude, we should have got
Seems
someone
that there's
bring
a
some.
shortage here in Jamaica.
No,
There's a
Drought
shortage here. That
time.
is crazy, bro.
that is
I
makes
can't
zero
get
sense.
no good herb, and it's like Jamaica in the past 10 years now has been into kush, like indoor herbs and we're
Yeah, of
into
course.
that like crazy now more than ever.
Yeah.
So the
Well, guys like
market,
Charlie, or Archie,
you
guys
see
like
me?
Archie making it
Right,
work.
Archie. Yeah, man, Archie in Gordon Town.
For those of
Yeah,
you that
man.
don't know Archie's one of the best indoor growers in Jamaica.
Yes.
He's the man.
He's the first person to give me a pound of wheat to sell, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. He's such a good person,
First
man.
person,
Listen, when I
Virgin.
met listen, I don't know why I meet everyone, but I always meet everyone. And I met Archie, and then maybe a year later, I met Jacure, and Cure was like, "Oh, you got to meet my brethren. Nobody knows him. I keep him hidden." And he brings this guy to the table, and I'm like, "Oh, that's Archie, man. We know him for 5 years." And he was just like,
Yeah.
How do you know this guy,
Yo,
dude?"
when everybody else was dealing with thing that Archie was actually learning about this right
Mhm.
now,
Yeah.
cushion. He was ahead of the game.
Way ahead of the game. Listen, he was the
Yeah,
first
you see
person
me?
I ever went into a grow in Jamaica inside the house where he was just
Wow.
growing weed inside his house. And it was like
Yeah,
beautiful,
man.
like OG Kush. Like he had beautiful plants growing inside. And
Right.
it might have been the weirdest thing I've ever seen in Jamaica, to be honest. It just seemed so like strange and off the charts. And I just remember his little daughter walking around and this, these
Yeah,
bright
man,
lights. I was like,
Diane.
wow, man, this guy is like ahead of his time.
Time, bro. And
Very
still
cool.
active because I checked him couple months ago. I was with him. When I linked you a couple months ago and tell you that I wanted to start being educated about the herb, and I went to Archie.
Oh, of course you did. I'd love to get link
I-
ups with Archie again. I lost his number. If
yeah,
you can
man, I
give him
can give you his
give him
number
my
and thing,
yeah,
man.
or just
Trust
give him
me.
mine. I think he likes that better. Give him mine so he can reach
Yeah,
out to
man.
me. But this is
Yeah.
important too. So Kazam, one of the reasons I brought Kazam on here today was that he's looking to do some interns, some mentorships. He's looking to learn more about Cali weed and plugging in and gaining more access. And I thought, well, you know what? This is a
Sorry.
great panel of
Santa
people.
Cruz, come by,
Yeah,
Santa
dude. So
Cruz.
there you
Yeah, we'll
go.
build the
So
Sorry.
bridge.
I'm gonna link
Rasta
you guys
Cruz.
up. I'm gonna link you guys up. So you all, Chris and Kazam and Dan and
Yes,
DJ and
sir.
Caleb, I want you guys to have access to Kazam. He's really, really good people, and anything we can do to, help facilitate his inspiration
Try
of
some of that
his.
weed.
Yeah, dude. There you go. There you go.
Yes,
Welcome,
sir.
welcome, DJ Hard Hitter.
How you doing, my
Sir.
brothers? How y'all doing, man? Coming to you
That's a
live
love.
from Houston, Texas. Peace
Oh
and love.
shit, representing
Yeah,
from
Texas
Houston.
in the
That's what's
Yes,
house.
up,
sir.
Yeah, I'm getting my roll
Yes,
up
sir.
on right now. I'm glad to
dude.
be here in the
Yes,
Hash
sir.
Church.
They know how to puff in Houston. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's the largest city in America that's still under the prohibition, you know.
Yeah, well, listen to
Yeah.
this. I'll tell you something about Texas. For years, people would hit me up and they'd be like, oh man, like there's no good hash. Like I'm in Texas. And I'd be like, listen, there is so much good hash in Texas. The problem is these motherfuckers protect that shit. They're not exposing themselves like maniacs from California.
That's right.
They're still living under the thumb of the man. So you can't be like bragging and showing pounds of hash and big
Right.
you gotta be low key, you know? Even though
Really low key.
you gotta be a little low key. So I will say this about Texas. They are probably tied with New York State for the state that I sent the most bubble bags to. So obviously California is number one for hash bags, but the second most bags that I ever sent anywhere is like a tie between Texas and New York. And so Texas is certainly representing. It's just yeah, they don't fuck around in Texas. I remember when it was really bad years ago. It was like 10, it was like Alabama. It was like 10-year mandatory minimums if you got caught with anything in Texas. It was just
Yeah.
like, wha-bam, 10 years in prison. Holy shit, 10 years. Like what a fucking crime to put
Well, no.
habitual florists. Go ahead, DJ.
Well, check it out. Well, this is what you got to understand. In the state of Texas, it's been like this for years because I got caught with some weed before. So anything under 50 pounds can be reduced to a simple possession or claimed as personal use. So they might initially charge you with possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute, which is a felony. But if it's under 50 pounds, they'll take the with the intent off. And it's just simple possession, which is a misdemeanor.
Damn, that's amazing. That's like the best news I've heard in a long time. No doubt. Listen, in Canada, when I got arrested with 16 pounds, this was in 1998, my maximum sentence was 25 years in prison. That's
Wow.
that's what I was facing. Now, no one had ever gotten that in Canada. It wasn't something that was like we were handing out like free candy on Halloween like they do in some states, but
Mm.
it still was on the book. So when I got arrested and charged and this, that, and the other thing, and then I asked my lawyer, hey, like, what's the worst that can happen? And he's like, well, don't freak out. But the worst that can happen is 25 years in prison. I was just like, don't freak out. Listen, if you think I'm white now, you should have seen how fucking white I was when he told me that. I am talking every drop of color fell from I was just like 25
Boss.
years, but I thought we were in Canada. So it took him about a week to talk me off the ledge. He was like, listen, in the meantime, Mark Emery's facing the death penalty in America. And he's just like, this is how worried Mark was. He's like, I'll go down there. I'll sort this out. I'll figure it out. I'll just go down and face the music. And I was just like, dude, listen, I would run for the rest of my life before I went down to America and let them put me in prison for like my entire life. So props to Texas for
Gotcha.
changing that. That's amazing. Up to 50 pounds can be ruled simple possession.
Yeah,
Wow.
personal use. It's
That's
been like that
crazy.
for quite a
50
while
pounds,
since my
Virgin.
Wow, that is really crazy.
Jamaica,
Hey,
it's crazy.
well,
Jamaica is
welcome.
2 ounce.
Go ahead, because I'm sorry.
Jamaica, it's 2 ounce. You can travel with just 2 ounce.
No,
And
no
they
50
got like
pounds.
a, I wish. I wish, but like what I have now, I have a sacramental license
Right.
that allows me to grow ganja for 5 years, distribute it, whatever I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm affiliated with a brethren called Raga. And so whatever I do, we communicate in a sense.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. And so when you talk about the sacramental use of cannabis, like maybe we'll get into this conversation a little bit here. How important, and I mean, I know the answer, but I kind of like to have your words. How important is the musical component of the sacramental use of cannabis? Because it seems like no group of people has more, music than Jamaica to sort of represent and sing about the absolute love of cannabis. It seems like it goes even deeper than a love of cannabis. It's a true spiritual connection.
Yeah, it is. It is, brethren. It's a deep rooted thing within. It's like Jamaicans not having herb. It's like not having life, brethren. And
Mm,
with music, it just goes hand in hand. Herb, food, and music.
seen.
See me, I say, brethren, it's way spiritual. It's way. I mean, bro. You see me? You
Yeah.
know. Coming here in Jamaica and see you have said it, you know? And every household, every youth, 95% of Jamaica smoke ganja.
Yeah. True.
You know?
It's
That's
so
that's that's
true.
that's that's a fact. Whether you're uptown, you're downtown, rich, poor, you know?
Hey, Monkey in the chat room's asking if you were in the Humboldt Jamaica Sativa Unicorn video.
I think that's it up by Dub Club.
Well, it might be. I'll
Shit,
have to ask him.
I'm
You're
not
like, I don't
sure
know. I've
now.
been in 100.
I mean, Spring Sativa is family, so yeah.
Well, that was the cool thing that you guys always did. When I linked up with you guys and that whole Chronix and Kabaka and Protege and Dexter
Mhm.
Malawi and Kazam and all of these people, what I really thought was cool was every time you guys filmed a video, you'd put it out into Kingston and be like, we're going to film a video. We're going to be here doing the new Protege video. And everyone, you remember those old days where Kabaka
Yes,
and
I.
Chronix and everyone's in the
Yes,
in the
I.
Protege video? I thought that was
Yes,
pretty
I.
cool, man. Way to
That is true.
hold it together. Someone's asking, what's the dude's name with the blue hole in Jamaica? Well, that would be my good friend Waba. Waba. That's who you're thinking. You know
In
Waba, Kazam?
in where? Portland?
Yeah, in Westmoreland.
In Westmoreland? No, no, no. I haven't. I
Yeah,
don't know
Portland, I
about.
think that's Brother Esau who has that one,
Oh,
the blue hole. But you got to know, we got to link you up with Waba because Waba has the fire herb and he's very linked and connected. And I'm definitely going to link you up with Waba. He is good people. And you want to go see the blue hole, take your family and go hang
yes,
out at this
man.
blue hole. It's so good, man.
That is in Westmoreland.
Yeah, it's in Westmoreland, man. It's in or like
Oh,
close
you
to
know about
Orange
that? I
Hill.
mean, you know about that.
I know.
Oh man,
I'm telling you, dude.
it's crazy.
Wob has been in my videos. He's linked up with geez, with most people. I'm hoping Kiddis is at a birthday party today in Kingston, I believe. He's with Chinna. And I'm hoping they might come in just for a short period of time. For those of you that don't know, Kid Isai and Earl Chinna Smith, these guys are legendary. Chinna is probably on
Foundation.
like 500 to 1,000 albums with his guitar. He's
Yeah.
literally from another planet, this guy. And then Kiddis is just Kiddis. I couldn't say enough good about Kiddis. He's just one of my favorite people to hang out with in Jamaica. And shout out to Jeff I. Free for linking me up with Kiddis so many years ago. And I'd love to hear from some of the other folks in the room, man. Maybe an introduction from Christopher Carr. Oh, and
Yeah.
Skunkman Sam has something to say real quick. What's
Oh,
going on,
yeah,
Well, I
me
Sam?
just
too.
wanted to say that everybody knows Wabba.
Yeah, everybody knows Waba. On Christopher.
Yeah, give thanks. I was just thinking to what Kazam was saying about like urban music is like mother's milk for the soul and
Yes,
feeding your
sir.
soul good nutrients, good herb, good music, and being muse worthy. I think that's something that's been connected throughout here in Santa Cruz. I play with a roots group
Right.
called Ancestry, tree, growing roots here in Rasta Cruz. And yeah, I play bass, and so getting in the pocket and playing with the rhythm section and getting into the drums and the bass, that's something that's really important to me. And locking
Right.
in the drummer and the heartbeat. I think ganja is one of the ways I can build that connection, even if it's jamming with just new players, new rhythms. It's like a place you can go with herb
Yes,
and
sir.
use, you could truly transport your consciousness, and that's something I feel like we need to not only feed our bodies. Like I loved what you said, food, herb, and music. That for me is like mind, body, spirit.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, and music and herb, that's kind of that spirit piece. But herb is also body and mind, and to continue to create and be an instrument of creation, I think it takes really good herb and music. And so we definitely feel that connection here in Santa Cruz. We've been performing on the West Coast since 2010. We started on Bob Marley's birthday in 2010 and 8 studio albums. And we love to facilitate our brethren and sister from Jamaica. We had Yardcore come through during the pandemic and threw a
Yeah, Yardcore.
big party.
Right.
And every harvest, it's we just give thanks to have another year with the seasons, with the
Yes,
seeds
sir.
and the flowers here, home in the haze here in Santa Cruz and skunk. Awesome to see Skunkman Sam on the call. But yeah, I'm just honored to not only perform and create music, but to be tied to the community of music and working with Mozali and different nightclubs here in Santa Cruz. It's a big honor to continue to facilitate. And same with ganja. I think it's an interwoven piece to the ongoing evolution of the human community is urban music.
Healing of the nation, Healing of the
Yeah,
world, bro.
scene.
Well,
With
I
ganja
have
heal the world.
I come at it from a different aspect. I'm a DJ. So when I smoke weed, it just puts me in a different realm. My song selection just becomes so much greater. It's like it enhances the mood for me. And a lot of the party goers, a lot of the times I won't even take the gig if I can't smoke in it, you know. But however, weed is, you know, when you smoke good weed, good weed, it takes the edge off. It puts you in a euphoric state, and I could just go on playing music for hours and hours and hours.
Yes, sir. That is so
Hell
true,
yeah.
DJ. That's so true, bro. That is so true, my brethren. Especially the definition of good herbs.
Yeah, if it's bunk, then my set is whack. I can't do it.
Exactly.
Oh my
And
God.
that is why I really had to reach out to Bubba Man, because I know he really had some knowledge. And over the years I've been thinking about doing this, getting myself involved in herb and cannabis, but musically I was thinking and I tried in a different path musically. But I always in my back of my mind say, yo, I want to deal with herbs. I want to find way how to, get it out there and plant it and everything that I can learn and get it done.
Yeah.
And so we can help myself and help others and do what we're doing.
There's a lot to
Cultivating
learn about it,
herbs.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
that much.
I,
Go ahead,
I have a
Christopher.
question for you. What was the first wide leaf herb that you saw in Jamaica? In other words, a Hindu Kush or Afghan or skunk or whatever.
Skunk, definitely skunk.
Yeah, oh, I gave skunk seeds to Ajamon's crew pretty early.
Oh, oh.
Ijaman. Remember Ijaman?
Yes, I
Damn.
remember. You
Dude,
see?
listen, when I met Skunkman Sam Kazam, who bred the skunk number one, who you're talking to right now, he
Whoa.
had the most insane reggae collection. Actually, we rented a house and went to Jamaica and spent some time there and enjoyed all the concerts, went and saw like
Hmm.
tons of great concerts, made great hash, just had these wonderful experiences. But yeah, people at first of all the people in Jamaica, like Skunk Man Sam, like what cultivar, what strain have you heard people say the name of more in Jamaica than skunk? It's like,
It's
Well,
crazy.
maybe Hayes, because when I used to give skunk to the Ajamon crew, I did it a couple years in a row. They used to tell me that they called it uh,
Purple
China
haze.
weed because it was sort of yellow and short.
Mm. More like
yeah,
most wanted or something like that.
most wanted, exactly. Dude,
But I grew up on skunk, skunk, skunk. I see my father's rolling, like literally having weed in them room and man, I wrap up bag and virgin. I've been there. I've seen all of it. So, and as skunk man is saying now, really and truly, what I see people asking for now is runs.
Runts, yeah, Runts has a
Runs.
quite a strong flavor profile, and
Everybody's
I got
asking for runs.
it is a hash producer. When I made the last Runts I ran, I got a 30% return dry. You hear that, Dr. Mark? 30% without the use of solvents from like that. Even when I get that yield, I feel like I'm lying to myself.
Is that dry sip
It
you're
was
talking about?
No, this was water hash. Kevin from
Water
Royal
hash.
Harvest came over to my house. He brought this red velvet runts was the cultivar. And he brought a bunch of ones, and I would have never picked this one to be the one that I ran 100 grams of his flour, and in fact, I actually got a little over 30%. But when we weighed it and it all was said, there was a little bit that we smoked that we didn't weigh, but we weighed it and had 30 full grams.
And that was after it was dried.
After the hash was dried, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I always like to make sure that my
Wow.
That is truly amazing. Whereas with
dude.
dry sift, with skunk number one, I got 2% if I wanted to clean it up to 99.9.
Yo, how the
That's
heck
low.
can I do that?
That's
Treasure.
really low.
It's
So
really low, but it's worth it, especially if you've got, unlimited supply of herb and you want hash.
yeah, exactly. Caleb, I want to bring it over to you. I know that we just sort of kind of got into a long conversation. I hadn't seen Kazam in a while, but we caught up a little bit. And if there's any sort of direction you had or some questions you had maybe for some of the panelists, or maybe we want to do more introductions, whatever you guys want. I'm super chill. I'm loving the vibes.
Yeah, I think introductions would be good. We haven't heard from Dan from Rebel Grown yet. I saw people shouting out the double OG Chem in the chat, and also haven't heard from Dr. Mark yet. I think it'd be cool if everyone kind of introduced like when they came to form a relationship with the plant and maybe what music they may have been listening to, what genre of music at that time. I think we have a pretty wide variety here of people really dedicated to different genres, and we can find some commonality with the weed here. So yeah, Dan, could you give a little intro?
Yeah, just wanted to say I appreciate the invite. So my first time getting to participate on Hash Church. And yeah, I mean, I've been very passionate about music since I was really young. I started getting into music when I was probably 5 or 6 years old. Michael Jackson was the first big influence in my life. So when I was a kid, I used to dress up as Michael Jackson and dance around and shit. But what I think about the connection between cannabis and music is that I really look at cannabis as an amplifier. It amplifies everything that's happening internally, emotionally, spiritually. Um, and so with music, which is already so important to us, when you're using good cannabis, it just amplifies that experience. It makes it such a profound connection. And so when I was a kid, I wanted to be like a rock star. And then when I was 8 years old, I heard Eazy-E. And so like my big musical influences when I was a kid was Michael Jackson, Axl Rose, and Eazy-E. And then I discovered reggae music and Bob Marley. And especially, my early before I was a teenager, mid 20s, Jamaican culture was really inspiring to me. Um, so yeah, I've had a long history of music and cannabis since I was like 12, 13 years old. And that's really what I've committed a lot of my life to. I don't have a lot of other things in my life, normal things like, vacations or other things, but, I don't go around saying that I'm good at a lot of things, but the two things that I think that I can contribute is cannabis and music. I do hip hop, I write and I rap. I've been doing that 29 years. Just put out some new music. So first debut was put out in August. It's on Bandcamp if anybody wants to check out my music. There's like a 5-song EP. But I've got over 25 years worth of recordings. And so I'm actually in my studio
Right.
right here, the studio in 2015, 2014 when I was in Humboldt still. And this was rented out. The space here was rented out to record labels, different like independent labels. This is on a 200-acre off-grid property in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont. And so it was meant to be an artist retreat where people from Brooklyn and the city could, these labels could book the space for a month and send their artists and bands here to, decompress and get away from cell service. And so the studio's had a couple floods, some issues, but everything here is still functional. I've actually got this really cool 8-track channel from a SSL that
Nice.
apparently the legend
Nice
is that
studio, man.
that
Wow.
that part of the SSL apparently came from Prince's studio when he died and his studio was broken down. So apparently that's what I heard. But anyway, yeah. So I appreciate being, invited to join the conversation. I love to smoke good herb. I've been searching for the best herb I can find my whole life and have been making seeds and breeding the last 15 years and have some cool stuff and some great accolades, like to smoke good, strong herb. My brand used to be called Ganja Rebel. Because ganja to me was such a powerful word, I just felt like the attachment and connection between everything that ganja and the herb represented was really important. I took the ganja out, when weed was becoming legal and just made it rebel grown. So like this is how you know us. If you see this leaf, you know it's rebel grown.
Nice, dude. I liked everything that you said. I was like, dude, this guy's like my friend, and I haven't met him yet.
We haven't met, no, but I'm sure we have several, acquaintances, mutual acquaintances, and happy to be in the conversation with you guys and looking forward to smoking some herb and having a nice relaxing Sunday.
Very
Yes,
cool,
sir.
man. Very
Yes,
cool. Well,
sir. No
welcome.
flow, my brother. Sir.
Very cool. Dr.
Mhm.
Mark, what about you, Mr. Mark Sheldon? What I
Hey,
know
what's
I know
up,
how
Henry?
important music is in your life.
Yeah, well, I've said this before on House Church. I think, music is my religion. And, I was a kid who grew up following the Grateful Dead around. And, when I first started smoking weed, yeah, it was, I knew some of my friends who had older siblings and they knew, the so-called weed dealers, and it was mostly like, yeah, brown Mexican weed, or we rarely had really, rarely we had Sensimilia, but at the Dead Show, I would smell a different kind of weed being smoked, and it was all that dank bud from Northern California that came out on a Grateful Dead tour that I think spread kind bud across the country. I really do think that the Grateful Dead was just this traveling circus that we went to in the late 70s and 80s. It was so fucking cool, man. It was like I graduated high school in 1981, and I lived in suburban New York City in northern New Jersey, and it was just so easy to go and see the Grateful Dead. They would play in New York City. They'd play in like Syracuse and New Haven, Connecticut, and Binghamton, New York, and down in Philly at the Spectrum. So it was just so easy to, take a 2 hour ride. And this was before cell phones and before, so many things that, we take for granted now. But yeah, we would really just not even have tickets and just show up at the shows and somehow scramble, get tickets at the last minute and go see the shows. And, for those of us who were alive to see Jerry Garcia perform, it was just a real amazing, almost religious experience because every person
Because you were on acid.
no, I don't think so. There's a lot of people who were there who were straight, and there were a lot of people who there who were just smoking weed and not doing psychedelics, but there's just, yeah, an incredible
But the
appetite.
psychedelic aspect of it was unbelievable. Would you not say that that was like,
Yeah, but like I don't think I've seen it since. I mean, the way Trey describes it is like he remembers when he first saw Bruce Springsteen
right?
in 1978 at the Spectrum in Philly, and every person in that concert was locked on to that one guy on stage. And that's the same way it was with the Grateful Dead and Jerry Garcia. He had everyone's attention in that room. And I think the Grateful Dead changed the way live music is played. And yeah, I think cannabis and psychedelics had a big thing to do with it because they were the pioneers from the San Francisco sound that got involved with Kesey and the Pranksters during the early days of the acid tests. And their sound man, Bear, the guy that they named, the Dancing Bear or the Marching Bears or, Bear's Choice. He was the, dropout chemist who basically turned on a whole generation onto LSD, high
Yeah.
purity LSD. I think they're still doing some of the stash from Owsley's
Oh
lab.
yeah.
But I mean, make a long story short, Marcus, I don't think weed. I mean, like when I think about it, like even like hash, even like good high quality nugget. I mean, when you were living in suburban New York, you can go more easily buy an 8 ball of Coke by some dealer just on the street, in Manhattan, and come back to your party in suburban New Jersey and completely own the party, but it was just difficult to get good weed, and you'd be able to get these little $10 and $15 manila envelopes of mostly seeds and stems and a little bit of brown weed. You're lucky if you could get a joint out of like this little $10 dime bag. So, the dead really were the ones that brought good weed to the East Coast. I don't think there's any question about it. There would not be the appetite for diesel. I mean, uh, ChemDog has a Grateful Dead genesis, right? So P-Bud and G first met at a Grateful Dead show in 1991 in Deer Creek. They exchanged numbers, they exchanged weed. Next thing Greg out in Massachusetts pops these beans that end up becoming ChemDog. So I mean, that's a Grateful Dead connection. I mean, they connected at a Grateful Dead show. So yeah, I mean, so that's my story. I mean, I think that yeah, there's probably a lot of people with the same story, but you'd be able to go to a Dead show, Marcus, and hook up with acid and hook up with good weed, and then bring that back to your town, and they'll be like, "Holy shit, where did you get all these good drugs?" And it's like, "Oh, at the parking lot at the Grateful Dead show, you can get anything, right? Shakedown Street, right?" So
Shakedown
yeah,
Yeah.
Street was responsible for some of the best cannabis connections. Some of the best genetic lines were as a result of people having good times at Shakedown Street for the whole country.
For
It is
sure.
that's a really positive connection with weed and music is how music brings people together. And same with ganja, right? Like you always have that circle, the international herb.
That is
yeah. I
for
mean, for
sure.
me, it was just like I couldn't believe, first of all, that this incredible weed existed. And it seemed as though, again, there was like this cultural aspect tied to, well, it's cultivated in Humboldt or in Mendocino. You got to be out there. And so I had a lot of friends who grew up in the East Coast and the Midwest who migrated to Oregon and Northern California because they wanted to grow the weed that they smoked on Grateful Dead tour. And I have a bag seat story from summer tour in 1991. I hooked up with my friend Ron the Pizza Man from Shasta, and he hooked me up with a bag of Big Sur Holy Nug. And it was just these incredible buds, man. They were so dense. And out of that came two seeds, which we popped like 2 years later at a grow that I first started growing weed in the summer of 1992, Marcus, right after Fish Tour. We were growing some weed in Fort Collins, and yeah, we popped those seeds, and yeah, it was, Grateful Dead tour was just a cultural phenomena. We knew each other. It was through the music, but it was through our appreciation of psychedelic experiences and good weed and good food. So all those elements that you guys were just talking about, the food, the music, the weed, it was just intersected in this lifestyle that basically lived to the soundtrack of the Grateful Dead. I don't know how else to describe it.
Hey, what's up, Dr. Mark? By the way, do you remember me? Do you remember meeting me?
Yes, Dan, so we're kind of like at a Vermont connection. So, well, are you back in Vermont, or no, you were in Vermont, but you're out, or are you in, or are
I'm,
you
I
out?
I go back and forth quite a bit, but I'm here now, and then I'll be headed back to California in February. But come get some herb.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So Dan's a producer here in our little economy of Vermont here. So how's it going, Dan? I know it's
Hey,
stressed a lot of other people out of the business.
what's that?
Just the Vermont market. How's it going here?
I think it's getting better, man. I only want to be judged by the quality of my herb and the character of my person, And so I think it's going good. We have really good, exciting herb to share. And yeah,
Awesome. Well, good to reconnect with you.
definitely.
And good to share great weed.
Always.
Definitely. Definitely.
Definitely. I want to dive in there on like, so Dr. Mark, you were talking about how the Grateful Dead Shakedown Street kind of spread the knowledge of kind bud around the country. And like fast forward to like my first time smoking in 2010. And in Virginia, kind bud was like the top tier bud. So what was very common was we'd be receiving the BC bud, the kind that was already sifted, had no trikes on it, and then people would sell it as kind bud.
The
And
Beasters.
kind bud, the beasters, exactly. Beasters were being sold as kind bud, even though they clearly weren't. But no one really knew the difference. And there's been a lot of, I guess, name switches that could happen. And I guess different tiers of weed that kind of the information about the different tiers of weed gets out through music. So Kind Bud is a great example. Perhaps some of the more perhaps people would like to talk about like how did the reputation of Indo become like as a higher tier item? Because over time, right, there was a point in time when everyone was smoking outdoor, and then there becomes a point in time when now I guess depending on which camp you're in, indoor might be considered the higher tier versus outdoor. Love to get people's thoughts on that and how music may or may not have influenced that.
Okay, I'll start. My first time smoking weed was like in 1994. I think I was about 15 years old. And Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre came out with the Chronic.
Yeah.
Nothing but a G thing. And I'm telling you, everybody wanted to sip gin and juice and smoke a blunt. And then they came out with a song called Rolling Down the Street, Smoking Indo, sipping
Sipping
on
on
gin and
gin and
juice.
juice. I listened to it yesterday.
Hey, I'm telling you, music influences culture.
It
And
does.
that definitely influenced our culture down here in Houston. Because like it seemed like everybody wanted to know somebody from Texas so they could get cheap weed or something like that, or other drugs. But for us, I think like the actual draw the actual Cali Kush. Yeah, I think it hit Houston last. I think it hit us about 2004, 2005. However, we had this stuff called red hair sesame and Acapulco gold. And to get that down here in Houston was like something like it was a very rare set of buds that you could get. And we would and if you were able to get a hold of that and jam Snoop Doggy Dogg, Doggy Style, or Dr. Dre's The Chronic, you know,
That's some
that,
Wu-Tang.
yeah, a little bit of that too. But it was the Snoop Doggy Dogg, man. It was him. He did it. He trendsetted that one for us.
That's true.
Yeah, it's velour. Even as you started to hum the song, I could hear the lyrics so perfectly. I was turning on my 10-year-old son yesterday to that very song, in fact, because he had never heard it before. But I did want to mention to Caleb before he went into his kind bud speech, he mentioned the BC bud that he was getting that they were getting from BC, and that he actually mentioned a part of the history that a lot of people miss. They just blame the shoddy BC growers or the low integrity BC growers. But he did mention that it's sifted. That flower was sifted. Those buyers who were buying it, who were the American folks, were bouncing the flower, like hundreds of pounds of it, and just collecting the sift and then selling the weed into like prohibition rich states, like Virginia and North Carolina and all Florida and Alabama, different places
Yeah,
like
so
that.
I came up on Canadian herb. I'm about 30 miles from the border right here where I sit. And we used to get small batch stuff. I grew up in the Boston area. We got imported brickweed, and until we started getting small batch kind bud. But when Canadian herb started coming in, um, yeah, I mean that's all organized crime running that shit. And I think we can talk about it now. It's been a long time. But when it first started coming, because it was so dense and compact, we thought it was the kind bud. And in the beginning, the quality I think was okay. But over time, as it was more and more mass produced, it was obvious that it was, harvested earlier, not dried right, probably, had been tossed or keefed or something.
All of the
'Cause
above.
all of the above. I don't think I've ever honestly experienced the quality stuff that you guys have up there. I write for some weed magazines, and I write a column called the Breeder Diaries for Skunk, and I did this interview with Breeder Steve a couple years ago. Incredible story that he told, but he gave me a lot of the background and history of the evolution of all the Canadian genetics. So I don't think us Americans have had a fair share of your stuff unless you're buying seeds in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I met Steve right when I moved here from Manitoba in like 96. I would have met Steve. And let me tell you, in 96, Steve was all in, like both feet in, just like going 100 miles an hour. It was wild to be around, actually. I can
I, I
imagine.
told his I did his whole life story in the article. I spent like 100 hours on that article from like a 3-4 hour interview with him. So I was blown away by how cool his story was. There's a
Wow.
lot more cool
Did,
stuff in there than I
did
didn't
did he
realize.
talk about sending like 3 or 4 doctors to the ER room on the day of his wedding from weed brownies?
He did not talk about that, but I got the whole background story from the very beginning of his first plants and his experience with Northern Lights to how he ended up in BC and Vancouver to how the sweet pink grapefruit was named
Oh
to
yeah.
how he got connected with Mark Emery and how all that went down to everything in Switzerland. So I went pretty deep.
Nice. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Switzerland with him as well, in Lugano.
So did I.
Yeah, you were definitely around there. I went and spent like a month with him just when he first moved there. Did you stay at the
Right.
tennis resort, Sam, at the Cadro Panoramica?
No, I stayed at the I think it was Hotel Splendid on Lake Lugano.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, no, it was the best hotel around, and I was with my wife, so I splurged.
I bet you she would have liked the Hotel Cadro Panoramica more.
He told me the whole story, how he had originally had this other farm and had made the arrangements to move there, sold his vehicle, his hydro shop, and right before he headed out to the airport was told the place fell apart. And then at the last minute, they ended up finding a much better place with a more Mediterranean climate towards Italy, and it ended up being a way better grow climate. So it's a cool story to hear about.
Very cool. Very cool.
Lake Lugano has excellent weather.
Yeah.
Another thing that Dr. Mark mentioned was, I guess, the people listening to the music that weren't living in California or Oregon at the time, might be inspired to then move out. And, I personally, I guess, feel like around 2013, when I moved to California, I was following a similar exodus, but, not because of Grateful Dead music, but because of hip hop. And, it came up a little bit earlier when the Hard Hit and Kazam were talking, but, I think in certain parts of the country, right? Like they said it there, Wu-Tang's influence wasn't as hard as, for instance, Snoop Dogg or Dr. Dre or Cypress Hill. And really, depending on where you are in the country, for whatever reasons, there's going to be different music artists that are more popular, and that could have an influence on what particular artist is smoking what particular cultivar and what are they bringing into town, what is their crew bringing into town come concert time or come something else. And I guess, does anyone have any stories about specific cultivars associated with specific artists in that way?
Yeah, I mean, in New York, you're talking about Wu-Tang. I mean, Wu-Tang and that whole breadth of culture from Tribe really spawned the bedroom producer. And being in New York for me, artists like Travis Stewart, Machine Drum, and Flying Lotus, and all these people that I was connected to, we were all just making beats, trying to figure out, how to blend ourselves back into this culture we were so inspired by. And I think through that, strains like Sour Diesel came up a lot, especially in New York. There's definitely a lot of chems, a lot of super skunks at the time, a lot of just really gassy phenos. C99 was really around a lot in the early days, because a lot of influence from Boston. There's a lot of great growers that were circling that whole New England area. Then New York was the spot to drop it. Dan knows that well. And
What's up,
I
everyone?
think that, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see everyone, by the way. I've been absent. We'll get into that later, but I think the music scene for me, it even spawned into the downtown jazz scene in New York for me, because I was around people like Medeski Martin Wood and John Zorn, and I was always selling these people herb, to be honest with everyone. And it was very much a collective of individuals that were all looking for something for an inspiring session that they were trying to go into. It wasn't most of these people I knew weren't daily or even hourly users. They were looking for something that would inspire them to further their creative outlets. And it wasn't the main event; it was a part of the room. Much like a new guitar or a new synthesizer rolls in and it's like got this expression, and you're now writing a new song as a result. And I think that's what I saw from a young age and being around these sessions and studios of other artists. And I think if Jay from Happy Monkey was here, he could tell a great story too about his studio and how that became a speakeasy. And through that, and the Wu-Tang and all these people were coming through his studio, spawned a birth of a new revelation in New York. And I think that's, for me, those are the varietals that spoke the loudest and was on the tip of everyone's tongue. It was always a gas, and then you either had a jack or you had that, and there was really no. Sure, you had your piff, which I believe was more of a mango influence haze. Just my nose and my palate is really makes me believe that. And then these muted tones were really street corners that didn't have the greatest herbs, so they sold what they had, right? And I think that's the blend that I was associated with as a young kid growing up around it. And my cousins in Staten Island and my extended family in Staten Island, that was what they always had around, from New York. So that's my piece on association with that realm in Brooklyn and in the five boroughs. So.
Well, yo, can I tell a cool Wu-Tang story?
Do it.
Yeah, dude, of course.
First, I'll say the two most influential songs in terms of the herb that you smoke for me when I was a kid was Cypress Hill, because hits from the bong, just like everyone that I knew, we were obsessed with bongs. We were building bongs out of everything. We were trying to get bongs. So big ups to bong hits, and then the whole album of Kaya and Bob Marley was also the biggest. To this, that's the most influential weed smoking music of my life is the whole album of Kaya. I've smoked so much weed to that album. But anyway, cool Wu-Tang story. In Vermont, we got to throw a New Year's party with one of the dispensaries that we work with that has a music venue. And so we did a show with Capadonna and Inspector Deck, who are arguably my two favorite, Wu-Tang artists, or, it's a hard thing. So anyway, we sponsored
Yeah,
the
go
show.
ahead. Shout him out. Hey, Noah.
Yeah,
Noah
man.
Executive, right?
Yeah, this place, them Martin. So yeah, we did it was a little cheesy, but it was cool. We did a pre-roll with my double OG cam and put the flyer for the show on the thing, and they came and signed autograph. I didn't bother them with autographs, but when I got to meet them, the first time I ever rapped in my life was listening to 36 Chambers and people in a room were freestyling. So that's the very first thing that really got me into rapping. And so I meet Inspector Deck and Capadonna and I give them my herb and I show them this weed with the leaf on it. And I go to Inspector Deck and I go, yes, this is my shit, Rebel Grown. And he's like, I'm the Rebel, right? Rebel INS. I go, yeah, I know, me too. And so the whole night they were just chiefing blunts of my herb. And to this day, it was one of the most amazing, rap performances I saw live. And I got to open up for them. So I did a set and opened up for them. It was a cool night. But the cool story is I have a couple producers in LA, and one of them is this dude Salam Rec, who is Warren G's DJ, and he's real tight with the Dog Pound and several other people. So I send Salam my California weed, and I sent him a box of jars. And I told him, if you're around artists like, Daz and Corrupt and Easy E Son, I would really love it if you could give them my herb and try to get them turned on to it. So he calls me about a month after the Wu-Tang show. He's like, you'll never believe who was in my studio last night. Capadonna and Killer Priest. And I was like, yo, did you have the Rebel herb? He's like, oh, he saw it right away and was like, oh, I was just chilling with White Boy in Vermont. So, Wu-Tang's really inspirational, and it's been cool to connect with those guys through herb and get to share herb on both coasts with Capadonna. And my hope is to pursue, finding some natural organic way of getting to collab with them more.
Oh yeah. Shouts to the Woo. Witty, unpredictable. I didn't ever really meet them, but I was in Amsterdam one year at my hotel, and it took me years to find this hotel. It was the Krasnopolski. It was this big fancy Russian hotel in Dam Square in the city center of Amsterdam. And what I had learned, and I can't even remember who told me, but it was like a long time ago, 25 years ago now, was that they had another building attached to their hotel that was like apartments. So they weren't rooms. Because the first time I went to this hotel, it was just like this too fancy red velvet carpets and stuff. And like you're in this tiny little room that just has a little bed and it's like 500 guilders. This was before the euros. But I found these apartments eventually, and it was like the sickest deal. They were like $250 a night, and it had a kitchen and an upstairs with a bed, and it was just on the back end of the Krasnopolski, but it was their apartments. But they would never tell you if you, that they had apartments. So I'm standing there. I've been going there for probably 3 or 4 years at this point, and I'm at the desk, and this dude is like kind of flipping out. He's like, look, I got all these rooms. They're way too small. My guys can't fit in these rooms. Like, do you have anything bigger? And of course, she couldn't just say, oh, actually, sir, yes, we have these apartments, right? They just don't do that in Holland for whatever reason. And so this guy's losing his mind. And I'm like, listen, dude, like, let me give you a tip. You just need to ask for the apartments. And if you say that, she'll say yes, and she'll probably rent you like 4 or 5 apartments. Anyway, it ended up being the Wu-Tang Clan. This dude was their manager, and yeah, they were staying. It was a small apartment where it was just like each floor had like two of these apartments. So it was basically me staying in one of them with like, 8 or 9 of the Wu-Tang uh, members staying in the other ones. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool experience. Shouts to the Wu.
I
We got
got a
three
West
have
Coast
Oh,
story.
go ahead.
I got a quick,
Please.
yeah, just one
Please.
cultivar that comes to mind with music is Purple Haze. Like I remember the first time I heard Jimi Hendrix on vinyl, sitting down like a toddler, and my dad pulled out a vinyl record and he said, "Son, I want you to hear something," and put on bump, 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 ba-na-na-na. It's the first time I heard that riff. It kind of changed something in my head, and it kind of reminds me the first time I tried herb. They call me Smiley from Santa Cruz, and when the first time I tried, my first puff was actually Purple Haze, so it was prophetic what happened. And something changed in my brain when I took a puff of Purple Haze and we listened to that song. It was in an orchard in El Dorado County during a snowstorm. I skipped fourth period when I was 14. But that's actually pretty profound because like these are key moments in my life, over your decades as you grow, you remember key great moments in your history. And so that one cultivar, that one song, and that beginning riff by Jimi Hendrix is something that I'll never forget. And it is amazing that cannabis connection to music specifically. And it kind of set me on that path of like, I want to jam. And that specific cultivar and living in Santa Cruz full circle is kind of cool, home of the haze. Since I was like a toddler to high school to now being, I got my own toddlers. I'll turn them on to some Purple Haze, Jimi Hendrix after the show.
What year did you smoke Purple Haze?
Uh, 2001, 2000. It was it was like maybe 25 years ago.
Okay, because it was not the Hayes brothers growing that Purple Haze, because
No, it wasn't
they
that long ago. I
they
really wish it was.
they stopped growing. The two different Hayes brothers were my neighbors, and one of them lived on one side of me, the other one lived on the other side of me,
Of
and
course.
they quit. They both quit growing the original Hayes, which I thought was the finest weed in the world, uh, including Purple Haze. Uh, by I don't know, maybe 1980 or the mid 80s, they had quit growing haze, and they both grew skunk because it was so much faster and easier.
Dude, how
The
crazy
Hayes
is it
brothers,
that
yeah.
Hayes skunk Hayes, like you had two Hayes brothers living next door to you on either side of your house, and you're Skunk Man Sam. Now
In
that,
Santa Cruz, it was South County, Santa Cruz, right? Skunk Man, Sam? It was South County?
Well, that's where I lived in South County when I developed skunk number one. But the haze was grown in both Santa Cruz, just outside the city limit, and also in Aptos and also in Aromas. And I was growing it in Watsonville.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. That's when I was growing for Wham for Val Corral, I was kind of feeling the vibes of, oh, I think this is where things went down, you know,
Yeah, well, Wham,
in the beginning.
Valerie, and Michael are still good friends of mine.
It's a pleasure to connect with you. It's beautiful that music and cannabis brings us
It's
together, man. This
funny
You're
too.
one of my heroes.
I'll give a short story, and that was the first. It's kind of music related. The first seed I ever planted was in 1965 in Hollywood at Sunset and Vine in Wallach's Music City's flower box outside there. I don't know if anybody knows of Wallach's Music City. It used to be, before Tower Records, the coolest place to buy music, at least in California. And yeah, I just grew Mexican seeds. I mean, they weren't nothing super special, but they got a foot or two tall before either the gardener cut them down or one of the people that were hanging out on Sunset Boulevard spotted them and harvested them for the revolution. And yeah, and then after that, the music I was actually listening to at that time was people like Buffalo Springfield, uh, Jefferson Airplane. That's the music that I liked back then. But when I moved to Santa Cruz in 1972, uh, a few years later, we were able to see uh, Bob Marley played at the Santa Cruz Civic twice, and we went and saw him both times. The second time we had our daughter with us. She was only 2 or 3 years old. I mean, she was, but it was fantastic. And the Santa Cruz Civic used to be my favorite place to go see music because it was small, maybe at the most 1 or 2 thousand people fit in it. And man, it, it I saw so much good music there. A lot of reggae, and it's the the first 2 times I saw Bob Marley were there also, which was pretty nice.
I have a bootleg copy of that 1972 show in the Santa Cruz Civic. There's a local guy here on the
It
west side.
wasn't 72. I think it was 78 in July
Okay.
and 79 in towards the end of the year. And when I saw him the second time, he was he did not have the energy left, and you could tell something was wrong.
It's legend, a place of legend. Yeah, the Civic. I saw Willie Nelson there. To this day, it's still going, but I don't know if it was. It's not quite where it used to be in the late 70s. That said, though, there's a lot of good energy in that space for sure.
I love Santa Cruz. It was the only reason I left was because uh, the state and federal government were flying airplanes and looking for people, and I got out of Dodge.
I understand. Yeah, Babylon sucks.
Yeah, 1985, it was getting pretty bad.
Yeah, for sure. Is that the year that they were doing all those what was it called? The Beaverland Dam patches or artwork was done? Like too damn close. Wasn't that like 84, 85, 86?
Uh, yes, that was. You're talking about, yeah,
Uh,
Beaver brand.
Beaver brand, yeah.
Yeah, and
Beaverland brand?
he did it like 4, 5, 6 years in a row. And the first one was damn good, and the last one was damn close
Yeah, no,
with a helicopter flying.
I remember damn close. Sam has the just most epic collection of shit you don't even know exists. That's like will be artifacts in the cannabis world one day. Like they are already. Like they're just epic. Like and at first when you look at it, you're kind of like, oh, what is this? And then as it hits you, you're like, oh my God, like you just have these
It's
like
illegal underground cannabis labels for ounces and pounds, and it's the equivalent of orange crate art or vegetable crate art, but it was for illegal cannabis.
yeah, but you had like the bags for the Lebanese hash and you had like the
Also,
the
I've
the
got
Thai
about,
stick.
yes, I've got them all.
That's what I'm saying. You have it's a part of history, you guys, for most of us that have only heard stories, to be able to touch the sort of like actual like, oh, these are the little bags that the hash was wrapped in. This is the Thai stick, like it's just pretty cool.
And the labels, I knew all of the people who made them. And I I also made labels for my seeds, and so it was we were all using the same artists. From
Whoa.
Pat Ryan in the north down to yeah, local artists in Santa Cruz that were actually quite great.
I'll shout them out. That's
Uh,
awesome.
I,
Can
I, I, I can barely remember the names of everybody, but
Well, you
I'll
remember the
make a
one guy.
list next time.
Yeah. Exactly.
It'd
I
be
love
cool to
it.
get it'd be cool to make a book of some of that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except for I really collected it for myself. It would be nice to share them, and I've considered putting them online on the website, but yeah, it's a lot of work, and I've got hundreds of them.
Yeah, you do.
There's
It's
a
That's
so
Grateful
cool.
ridiculous.
Dead archive at the Henry Miller or the library at UCSC, and I could see like a Skunk Man Sam archive little museum thing, giving some homage to the young slugs going to school. I
Well,
think it's important
I,
to
I don't
document and have a little exhibit.
I don't know if you know this, but the Hatch Museum in Amsterdam was actually started by me and Bob Warren, and
Oh,
then
cool.
Ben Dronkers bought the building and
Got it.
took over the museum. And actually, he ended up putting a lot more money in it than I had. And then he
Did he
built that one
ever?
in Barcelona, which is
Dude,
amazing.
it's insane. It's bonkers, actually. That one in Barcelona is bonkers. So beautiful.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I think we broadcast something from there
we
together. I
we
forget.
did. We did for sure. I think it might have been a hash church, actually. But yeah, it's a 16th century building, and instead of restoring it, he I don't know what the hell
Well, he
it was
spent a few $1 million in 4 years restoring it, first of all.
Yeah, no, exactly. But it was like the way he explained it, it was like he lifted all the dirt off and like exposed what was there and just yeah, it was just incredible, incredible building if you're in Barcelona. It's definitely worth whatever, even if it's 20 or 30 euros. It's well worth walking through it. The collection is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's worth seeing anyway in person.
Yep,
Right.
that and the Gaudi buildings in Barcelona, both of
Oh
those.
yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I I I really like Barcelona.
It's a pretty cool city. I like to rent a motorcycle when I'm in Barcelona and boot around on a motorcycle. It's like the quickest way to get around, and it seems like they have more of a motorcycle culture where the cars aren't running them over. There's a
Well,
lot of them,
a lot of people in Barcelona use metros too, underground.
for sure. Yeah, perfect. Do it up. I had some other questions that I had created here. Oh, we still didn't see there's a couple people that never ended up showing up.
Yeah,
Awesome.
there's a few Nick said he's gonna hop on in
Oh,
15 or so
nice.
minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, be a fun
Yeah,
one.
there's no rush. Oh, yeah, I sent you the link, my friend, but I will send it again.
Apologies for my tardiness. I've had my father passed away December 17th, so I've been kind of dealing with all the post of
Yeah,
that.
dude. Sorry
And
to hear about
we
that.
just
Rest in power.
put in the rest yesterday,
Rest
so
in
it's
power.
been a whirlwind.
Oh, I bet. That's I think that might
But
have
I'll be
been like
back. I'm back.
that might have been the hardest time of my life when my father died.
Yeah. I don't want to turn the show into that, but just want to, you know,
Yeah,
keep
it's
it
organic.
keep it
It is what
light.
it is. We definitely
Yeah.
wanted to we've been thinking about you anyway each week that you've been going through all this stuff and haven't been here, and we're glad to have you back, dude.
Thanks, man. Yeah. It's good to be here. Good to be with y'all.
I figured a music
I was actually
episode.
thinking, yeah, I was thinking about, um, as you were saying, like what artists like what varietals. And I've as the older self coming up through all that, I don't think anyone could really call it out because it took individuals like us to come in the room to be like, yo, this is that, try this, try that. Because musicians are largely their headspace are occupying sonic territories and they're thinking about other things than what herb is right for them. And I think it takes experience through trying things for them to find what works, but it largely takes a conduit in someone who is obsessive with that medium or art form, if you will. And I think when you bring that into the room, it lifts up the room, and then and only then can they call those things out. Like Dan gave them the jar, right? And then they were in the studio and he cracks it open. And to me, that's an artist discovering something the magic in the mundane in a sense. Like they're just like it's in a jar and I open it and then there's the magic, right? Yeah, there's a name, but I always find that comes after. And I think from an artist point of view, I don't think they're searching as much, at least back then. Maybe today it's more because there's more information and we all know more. But I don't remember someone being like, "Can you give me this?" It was never, I don't remember going in as a delivery being like, oh, only after time was that relationship developed. And then can I see what else you have? But largely it was, what do you think I should have? Very, very similar to today in a lot of respect, but with a different twist to it, you know? Um, so
Mhm. Would you
I don't
characterize
know
that
if
as
that,
kind of like a relationship between the artist and a specific grower or breeder, and then like there's a trust there, and then really whatever
yeah.
varietals
Well,
or
we had this kid that was in with all the hip hop guys, and he would take our work and bring it in with them, and he'd be like, "Yo, Raul likes this guy likes that, this guy like," and we would then arm him with other stuff like that. And he was a part of a management team, and there was it was he had the authority, and there's always someone with an authority within a circle. And I found that largely how I got through to people was utilizing the not only the assistants but the managers and then the assistant managers and all these people that got us into the circles. And then you, at least back, this is talking like early 2000s or way back in the early days of this for me. And that's how it kind of moved. You weren't just like invited into a room with all these guys, right? It took time to develop that relationship, and then the trust was born from that. And then it was just like creature havoc, like call the guy. So I think that's largely a lot of my experience, at least personal experience with it. I don't know what anyone else has had, but I said sour, and then I was like, that was only after I was like, guys, you should try this and try that and try this, and it was more um influencing them to try stuff. And they then, it's like music, you listen to it, you're like, I want more of that. Can I listen to more of that? So I think that was if I'm very honest about it, I think that's really how a lot of this was done. I don't know if anyone could really call things by name because we had like four way and like skunk and hydra. It wasn't like it is now. Like these names came in and really the 2000s for us as brokers and stuff. It was just we didn't really have this vernacular like we have today. If I'm really really honest, I mean, I don't know, Mark, Scaldone, like you, even growing up in the 80s, like what were the terms? Like were people really calling things by varietal names? Like
No,
I don't really remember that.
no.
No, it was good weed and
Yeah, I mean,
bad weed.
Yeah,
I
like I don't
remember,
know,
I
you
remember
know?
certain varieties like I remember things like Matanuska Thunderfuck and
Yep.
Monkey Paw and Pea Bud. And yeah, things just sort of had like a slang in the vernacular, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Kind Bud was sort of recognized as being just dense, sensimilia, could be fruity, could be gassy. I don't think it was strain specific until like the 90s. On Fish Tour, the first time I heard the word bubble hash was right around the time Marcus you started going to shows. So I think bubble hash entered the vernacular during the Fish at least during
You know
my
what?
fish.
You know what? Funny enough, all of my fish activity, like almost all of it, was pre-bubble. Bubble would have hit, like I started going to see fish in
In 99.
93. Well, 99 was when I coined the term bubble hash. But that's an
Yeah.
interesting thing because you were talking about the Grateful Dead earlier, and we've been talking about, Colin's talking about like how you can influence musicians with your herb. And then if you can get those cultivars liked by those musicians and then they sing it. I mean, listen, I wasn't a
Yeah.
huge Ludacris fan, but when I heard that Blueberry Yum Yum song when it first came out, I was just like cranking that thing. I was like, dude, I wanted Blueberry. I was like trying to reach out to DJ Short and be like,
Yeah.
well, I got to get the blueberry again, like this blueberry.
Yeah.
And then my friend Kayla started a company here in Canada and has a cultivar called Blueberry Yum Yum. And I don't know if she's growing it like aquaponically or what it is, but it literally looks like the weed from the video. Like it's just fluffy, big, round, coated, crystally lovely buds. And here's the thing, I don't even smoke flower. Like flour is next to useless for me unless I can somehow bounce the resin off of it, or if I can, I can vaporize it and
Yeah.
get that flavor profile that way. But I kind of went about things a little differently because, I of course I hooked up a gazillion musicians over the years that it had inspired me that I was going to then re-inspire by saying, hey, listen, if you're somewhere you need, I still to this day have musicians literally like, hey, I'm in Frankfurt, Germany. Can you help me out? I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll introduce you to so and so. Like, there's good people now around the world helping people out with the good jaw herbs. But yeah, starting bubble bags was a little different because the way Colin was like, you had to earn that trust. For me, I sold bags. I was transparent. I taught people how to do the process, and then that was it. I had earned their trust. Like in a very short period of time, at a time where it was very, very illegal, many, many, many people would invite me right into their home where they were making hash. Like completely expose themselves in a way that like I had earned a very deep trust. And everywhere I went, like every country, every city, wherever I went, I'd always meet someone that was like wanted to just show me all their shit. And it was really like wrap your head around it during a time where you could get in a lot of trouble. So I somehow leapfrogged the trust earning thing by releasing the bags, being transparent, and just teaching people something that they didn't know before that was so sort of mind altering and life altering. Like not only are you now no longer throwing your trim away, of course, years would go by and we'd get to crops being grown specifically just for hash making. And it created this incredible community where I just suddenly knew everywhere in the world where the best hash was. Like I was the conduit for that. I know where all the best hash in the world is from all of these incredible people ordering bubble bags over the years and just making hash. So it's that's been my journey, and it's been an honor to walk these steps and just travel around the world, Johnny Appleseed style, but Johnny Hashpipe style, just making hash and showing people how to do it.
When
The
reggae artists
funniest,
would come into Amsterdam, they would people like Uroy and Ajaman. The first thing they would do when they landed would give me a call, and I'd whip over and give giant handfuls of skunk number one to every one of the band members and seeds to them, and uh, I, I I I had really a lot of herb at that time, and
Where
I,
did
I
not am I incorrect to say that Joseph Culture Hill was like in Amsterdam? Maybe you guys were hanging out and then he drove to Germany and passed away like the next day.
yes, that was
Yeah,
true.
you write it down for me.
Oh,
And probably the one I was the closest to, I had known actually Ajaman's crew longer, but Uroy, I
Leroy,
mean,
yeah.
Uroy was very, very special and close to us.
Well, I'll tell you, I have a few songs with my name in it from all pretty much reggae artists. There's Richie Spice wrote one called Dabbin that mentions me a few times in there about vaporizing some full melt with them. Luton Fire did one called Sweet Trichome. John Mason did one called, oh, what was his called? I can't even remember all the. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them now, so I don't have hundreds, but I'm still working on it.
Well, don't forget on Hash Church, right?
Oh, on Hash Church. That's right, dude. That's a classic song. There it is. There it is. Jamming.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus, you earned my trust like almost immediately. And thinking about that because and then summer 90 also like that whole summer 99 after I or that year I'd gotten the bags, really. And I think I don't when did you put the bags out? December of 99 or spring of 9? I can't remember.
It was March.
So March.
March
So
of
that fall
99,
because
yeah.
I remember
99.
I remember 99 I went to lot with like these fucked up wet balls of hash, basically. Like wrong, like just wrong. You know what I mean? And I was like, bubble hash, trying to move, move and shake.
Yeah.
And
That was my fault.
you know, we, I mean, it was our everyone. You can't
Well,
put it on you, man.
well,
I'm the
I
one
sold
going
you the
out there with wet
bags.
hash.
I sold you the bags and then showed you how to dry it incorrectly.
It's true, you did, yeah. And then, well, I remember it kept on like
I
hitting
can
you
own
up.
it.
I remember Yeah, well, I remember hitting you up one time, and I remember I used snow. I like washed in with snow, and you're like, "Dude, don't do that. All the trichomes are gonna get stuck in it." You know what I mean? Because I was like just trying. It was cold out after I'd gone through the first few months of having it, and it took a while, man, to really get it. Again, no one to talk to except a message that you would send, and hopefully you'd be on Overgrow and answer it and through PM. Free DM, which is funny to say. When the word DM came out, I was like, what is DM? What happened to PM? Private message, you know what I mean? But that's, the journey of that. I think I remember utilizing that and going to on tour with it with my girlfriend at the time. And it was a interesting time in I think everyone's lives at that point in that band's career and our own lives. Because it was mainly there was some hash, but it was very few and far between, and it wasn't very good when you found it. It was usually imported. But it's yeah, I think Mark, the timeline is maybe a little bit into the 2000s when the bubble hash really truly hit. Because I think maybe 2000, 2001, 2003, that's really when it started to really
Yeah.
blow through the lot, down Shakedown and stuff. And then from there it just grew.
The first
Because
water hash that I made was 1988.
wow. So Sam, with that said, like, what screens were you using? Like, I'm
I
always
was not
curious to,
using screens. We
Coffee
would use
got it.
filter.
we would get dry buds, grind it up with like a coffee bean grinder, and
Hmm.
dump it in big, tall, uh, like several liter glass jars, and
Hmm.
the resin would sink down to the bottom, and you'd wash it once or twice to get rid of the floating crap and to make the water cleaner, and then you treated it like water hash. But the yield wasn't quite as good as with multiple bag system like Marcus came up with a decade later. But
Right.
it it absolutely did work. But to be honest, I didn't make a whole lot of it because even though the yield of dry sift was much lower, uh, I preferred dry sift. To me, it was the gold standard, and so that's what I made.
Yeah, that makes
Uh,
sense because the one thing I was hanging out with Mojave and Rob Clark, and one thing he said that you would always say is that gold sinks and shit floats. And I just thought it was the funniest thing that we were just like sitting there and he just says that all of a sudden. I'm like, that's really funny you say that, but how would you get to that? And then you just saying what you just said made it all make sense to me because you're using jars and the gold would sink and the shit would float.
Yeah,
Um,
uh, Rob took a lot of pictures of the processing, And
Yeah.
it was actually showed to me in 1988 by Neville at Cannabis Castle. And some American guy, I think his name was Mike, I don't actually remember at the moment. He had showed him, and a week later, me and Rob went over and visited Neville, and he showed us. And I thought it was really interesting, but I didn't do it a whole super lot because I like dry sip better.
Was that
Speaking
because of
of the
the chirp preservation? You know,
No, it's
because when it
because
gets,
I invented static tech, and I could
yeah,
clean up dry sip to 99.9. Now
right. So you didn't feel a need.
the yield was incredibly low, but
Got it.
when you make
But
water hash, depending on the variety you're using, uh, you will lose some of the terps, etc. I mean,
Right.
that's why the water, smells so terpy, is
Right.
because
Right.
you're
and did it
losing.
matter that the yield was so low when you had access to a fair bit?
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I've
Makes sense.
never ran out of herbal cannabis. I mean, I had,
Trust
massive
me,
amount.
dude. I saw it. I saw the wall of 55-gallon barrel drums, blue ones filled.
as far as the bubble bags go, I was thinking about, rejogging my memory. These were the first bags that I got. I dug up an old picture for you, but I got my local hydro stores in Vermont to order these from you probably in 2005 or 2006. And so that was my early hash making
That's
journey
awesome.
with your bubble bags right here back in the
Uh,
day. And
hell
then
yeah.
my buddy and I, who were my other buddy, was really more passionate about hash than I was, and he made us a custom press and brought some gold leaf, and so we just, would take some nice stuff. And I also messed up drying it the first couple times, but we were smart enough to put it in the freezer. Um, but so that's how long I've been going back with those bags. Would be probably 2006, I
That's
would guess.
awesome, man. That's early days, dude. That's very early days. That's only, 6 or 7 years in. And it did take really, realistically, like around
Like,
three and a bit to pop and take off.
Right.
when
Well,
did the
my
8 bag kit come in? Like around 2005, right?
I'm
this was
Ish.
thinking
That's what I remember.
that, no, I think he had a 6 or a 7 there. He just said seven. I
This
thought
was
I
a
counted
seven. It
six.
said it said made in Nepal, and it
Yeah,
took over a year to convince my local hydro store owner to get it because they were so bugged out to even order bubble bags. Like it was different
dude.
times.
I know. It really
Yeah.
was. It
Greetings,
really
Bubba Man,
was.
everyone.
Yes,
Well,
brethren.
it's changed the world, Marcus, because most people weren't using my dry
Yeah, I
sip
got it
method,
boogie.
even though I
Oh,
publicized it through high times.
Kazam's got to go to work, Sam. Just give me 1 second. Kazam's just gonna say goodbye and
Yes,
then you can finish.
yes, sir. 'Cause it be rude to just cut out like that, So it's nice meeting everyone. I'm sorry that I have to leave this important conversation right now. This is so interesting. Like I can't process all that I'm hearing right now. So I'm talking to some legends right now, So it's really great to invite me, Bubba Man. I'm really looking forward to linking with each and every one of you and see how best I can learn and grow the best thing in Jamaica here, or you know what I mean?
Yes, I.
Yeah,
100%.
it's really great. Trust me. And I mean, for me, I started music by climbing trees and smoking ganja. That's my inspiration when I started smoking herbs, and through a group called Orthodox Music. There are a group in an organization in 12 Tribes of Israel in Jamaica here. So growing up in a Rasta family, growing up with herbs every day, 24/7 in your yard, in your space, it was only evident that, I ended up starting smoking weed. I started smoking herb, as I said, climbing the ackee trees and finding inspiration. And eventually I started to write notes, which turned out to be music. So that is how my journey started 21 years ago, 22 years ago, musically.
Nice,
And
man.
just urban music I've never departed since. So
Listen,
I
I'm
love
just impressed with your pre-work joint. Like he's on his way to work right now. Look at the, hold up your fatty.
I
Hell
love
yeah.
vodka for breakfast.
Yeah, I'm gonna have three more, but I don't know.
These
Nice.
are for me.
Yeah, but
Hey.
those are for my wife. That's for Lorraine, you know. But yeah, Virgin, it's
Oh.
really fun. It's really nice linking you guys, and it's really awesome. Trust me. So hoping to link
Keep
up
in
soon
touch.
again. And as I
Yes.
said, I gotta go to make that paper, Virgin. So
All right, all
much
right. Do
love
the
and
See.
good
honor, you
work.
guys.
We'll
Enjoy your
talk
day,
soon,
brother.
Kazam. Bye-bye,
Yes,
Lorraine.
man.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Blessings, everyone.
That's it.
Blessings.
Yeah, man. Respect.
That's so good.
Right.
Just
One
love it.
That's
leaves
rad.
and one comes. We have
Yeah.
Nick Riley here.
And if you
Hello.
want the best, it's got to be fire in and fire out.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You heard it
Welcome.
here.
Welcome, Nick. Where are you at, Nick?
Thanks for having me. I am in Humboldt County. I'm in
Okay.
outside Soham or Redway in Soham.
Hell
So
yeah. That's what's up. Humboldt representing.
yeah, yeah, just off grid in the mountains here. So
Oh my God, dude. That's
beautiful
what's up.
Sunday.
Well, give us a little introduction to you, man, for the people who are watching that might not know you or what you're up to. Give
Well,
us a
I'm
little
sure
info.
no one does know me. I'm my name's Nick. I run media and marketing and a million other hats for Reggae on the River. And I work with the Mateel Community Center, who's the nonprofit that puts Reggae on the River on. My wife is actually vice president of the board. My partner on the farm is also on the board. I'm involved in growing weed and cannabis on every level you could think of. And yeah, we just as a community, Mateel Community Center has kind of been like the beacon of both music and cannabis culture, honestly. And Reggae on the River was always that pinnacle. And so for me, it was, kind of coming in. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, originally, moved out to Humboldt like 13 years ago now. And I didn't plan on staying and it sucked me in. The cannabis was great, but really what sucked me in was the culture. I come from kind of like an underground punk rock anarchist world and the hippies that I knew in the city were totally different. And so I came out here and it was like, oh wow, this is a world I can get, into and really kind of live in. And after a couple of years, just realized like, the Mateel is kind of everything I've ever been looking for. And so my wife and I just dived head in. We've been trying to help keep it alive. I hate that kind of story of like, oh, this thing's dying, got to keep it alive. But that really is what we're dealing with here. And then through that, spent a couple of years trying to bring back Reggae on the River with some of the key people that originally did it, some new blood, a little bit of everything. And last year, by the skin of our teeth, we did it. So yeah, it's all about how to keep that tradition going, I guess. So I'm more here representing the Mateel and Reggae on the River for the little bit that I can, but to me, it's more about the homage to that legacy that I didn't have a part of, but now I'm so blessed to be able to continue. Yeah.
Hey Nick, I just wanted to say big ups and appreciate what you do for the Mateel. I've got a property east of Garberville.
Oh,
I'm,
nice.
I'm not I'm not currently a full-time Humboldt resident, but I get up there when I can, and that's a big part of my heart in that community. So I understand the challenges. Haven't met you before, but
Uh,
would love to find ways to support when and where I can. I work with Chris and Redwood Roots and a lot of those guys, and
oh, okay. Yeah, I
my,
know
my
Chris. Yeah.
neighborhood, my neighborhood is the Palo Verde, New Harris, Island Mountain is where my spot is,
Okay.
which has got a lot of old history in Southern Humboldt. So
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
pleasure to meet you.
Thanks, man. Same. Yeah, right back. And you're Rebel Grown, right? That was yeah.
Yep.
So it's actually, I just remember you were my favorite person in booth to talk to at I can't even remember if it was the Golden Tarp Awards or not. It was some real early
And
Mateel legal
kickoff.
weed thing that happened. And, I came down out of the hills. Like I used to work for an old timer who was super paranoid. So to me, even going to the Mateel and seeing stuff like out on tables, I was like, what the hell? But it's funny. I just found one of your little burlap sacks that you had your seeds in, the Rebel Grown, on the floor of my house like 3 days ago. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, nice to,
Awesome,
to
man.
meet you this way. Yeah. And
Yeah.
definitely let
Looking
me know if
forward
you're
to
back
that.
in town. I'd love to catch up. Yeah.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Reggae on the River. I've never been myself, but I've been to some of the big ones in Jamaica, and it's just magical vibes. It's definitely worth keeping that alive and keeping it going. It's too bad you just missed Kazam, who was
Yeah,
in
he was
Jamaica.
going. I kind of wanted to be like, just come to Reggae on the River. We'll take care of you, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
But
he can link you up with an enormous amount of people,
yeah,
artists from that kind of younger. I don't know if you were familiar with this guy Joe. He's got he passed away some years ago, but he was, if you I mean anyone that listens to reggae, if you've ever heard them say Jah over evil, which Chronix was quite well known for it, but Protege said it and Kabaka said it, and kind of all these different artists that were a part of this uprising through Joe, Lickle Joe is what they called him. He ended up having a brain aneurysm and passing away. But so they pay homage to him in the songs through Jah Ova Evil, which is Joe, which is
nice.
his name. So yeah, I wish I could put my video onto the screen. I mean, I can, but there'd be no sound. But this right here, it's called Jah Over Evil Part One, and that's Kazam in the tam on the right with the green, gold, and red shirt playing the acoustic guitar. There's Micaiah Shaman
Yeah.
next to him, and Hempress Sativa's there, and Joe's brothers in the blue shirt way over on the left. They just came and performed for me and my buddy one year when we were working for an online YouTube platform that monetized views. And man, what an experience, dude. Like I can't I probably have 150 studio phone numbers for Kingston and at least maybe 200 artists from like the old school roots guys to like from Luciano and Tony Rebel and all those guys, all and you know Israel Vibes and all these guys, and then all the way back to like the Chronixes and the Kabakas. And I've just had a huge passion for reggae music, a big part of my life. Although, funny enough, you know, for me it started with rock and roll. My dad gave me the old Beatles and Stones albums and CCR, and I was just like, this is fucking awesome. And then it kind of went into punk rock for me because I was a skateboarder and I was living in Winnipeg, this kind of
Same. Yeah.
pretty awesome shithole that you know, a shithole sucks if you don't make best of it. But if you're living in a shithole, like I guess kind of out of rock
I was
before
gonna say
punk,
Cleveland's kind of a shithole too.
it's so
Your
Winnipeg's
story sounds
very
very
similar.
familiar.
Very similar. We just had all the great bands. And so just like Cleveland, prior to the punk rock bands, we had all the metal bands. So first I saw all the metal bands, you know, from glam rock Kisses to like hardcore Sabbath and just the real rootsy metal shit, even like Venom and like, you know, some obviously Slayer. That kind of turned into punk rock. We had this dive bar called the Albert that just had like every punk rock band. Like they were all just there. And I was buying vinyl at the time. So I still have all these punk rock records on vinyl.
Oh,
And
nice.
that
Yeah.
kind of grew for me. I don't know how it happened. It must have been
So sick.
psychedelics. It must have been psychedelics because somehow for me, and I don't think I'm missing anything, I went from punk rock back into that sort of old school 60s psychedelic rock and then
Yep.
the Grateful Dead and Fish. And once the Grateful Dead and Fish, although I will say in that time that I was getting into the Grateful Dead and Fish, reggae was like it that like I was listening to Peter Tosh like a crackhead. Like I would just listen to Peter Tosh all and he had so many albums. It was just like pounding Peter Tosh
Oh, yeah.
religiously into my head. And then really jam bands, reggae, and now more eclectic from hip hop. Obviously, there was hip hop in there a bit too in '95, when Biggie and Tupac were kind of taking off in the Wu, and you know, obviously KRS-One and some of the
Oh,
classics that I liked. So I feel like I'm pretty eclectic in my music. I guess if there's any genre, I've certainly paid attention to world music. I was a huge Fela Anikulapo Kuti fan, massive Fela fan, listened to so much of that music for so long with Egypt 80 and all his other different iterations. Even his son, Femi Kuti, I got to
I was
meet and
gonna
hang out with
say
those
his
guys. And
fan
yeah.
Dude,
It,
his son is incredible, dude. I saw him
dude,
at
Femi's unbelievable.
the Central Park
Same
stage
energy.
once.
I
I
mean, I
was
never got to see
blew my mind.
Fela, but Femi I've seen
Yeah,
many
neither did I.
times, and his energy was
Femi's
incredible, dude. And they
must
speak
see.
French, so I'm bilingual, being a good old Canadian. So I
Yeah.
was able to meet them in Amsterdam. There was really not a lot of people at the show that were speaking French, funny enough, but I could, so they spent lots of time hanging out with me. So always happy to spend time with musicians who are so exceptional at the execution of their vision or tapping into this just incredible, I guess, as Dan would say, amplifier. Well, he was calling cannabis an amplifier, but music too can be amplified, as we know from Bob Dylan. I guess it was what, 1965 or 67? What year did Bob Dylan do his,
Newport.
or even,
Yeah.
yeah, Newport? Was it
Yeah, I
earlier?
think it was 65. Yeah.
65,
Could
yeah.
be.
So that was a big thing when he just like I think he was getting booed there, wasn't he, when he came out with the electric
Oh,
guitar? It goes to show you how much humans fear change because I bet you 99% of the people that booed at Dylan when he came out with the electric guitar at Newport are huge electric guitar fans today, if they're still alive.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
new is scary. Yeah.
I
Same
guess
thing
it
happened to
is.
Miles, man. When he made Bitches Brew, they were like, "What are you doing, bro?"
Yeah.
And he changed the world. I mean, I had a conversation last night where they're like, "Miles is underrated." I was like, "Actually, he created drum loops, so I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure I'm on board with that."
Actually, he just doesn't give a fuck. How about that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
On the
it's
West
no.
Coast, it was the Monterey Pop Festival.
Right.
That was that the most important like out open air festival in California, Sam? Was that
At
like the
that
biggest?
time, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I remember listening to Hendrix or studying Hendrix as a young musician, and that performance always came up because of him lighting his guitar on, all the stuff, all the sensationalism that happened during that,
Dude, how
and no
crazy
one
is
had ever
that?
seen that.
Dude, what a
It's
maniac.
incredible. It's well, I don't know. He was definitely influenced. I was thinking about that, where he was definitely influenced by like the Who and others like that, because they were already doing crazy stuff like that. And then he
Right.
was like, "What am I gonna do to up this?" And he was like, "I'm gonna light my shit on fire."
Well,
Yeah,
he
So it's
also
kind of off.
made his guitar kind of good.
yeah, he was decent.
Yeah, just kind of good.
He inspired some people. I remember seeing Dweezil Zappa and him telling the story of like finding like bits and pieces of a guitar under his dad's stairs, and his dad being like, "Oh, that was Jimmy's. That's the one he burnt at the Monterey Pop Festival." And then I think he restored it. He might have even been playing it the night that he told the story. I can't imagine why he would tell the story if he wasn't, but I don't remember exactly. Zappa definitely has that guitar though, the one that Jimmy set on fire.
Frank was a 1 block away neighbor of mine in Laurel Canyon,
Of course he
and
was.
his babysitter was Miss Christine, who was kind of a girlfriend of mine at the time.
Ah, the Skunk Man Sam history. Frank's a block away. The Hayes brothers are even closer. Frank's probably telling his band, stay the fuck away from those Hayes brothers and that skunk guy. Was
Well,
it true?
I hadn't run into the Hayes when I was living in Laurel Canyon. That was in the late 60s, so it was a different
Okay.
time.
Down
Wow,
near
you
LA,
live.
not Santa Cruz.
What's
Well,
that?
hold on. There's like Sam. Just can I ask you a really important question? Because that scene, that music scene, Laurel Canyon scene, at the time you were there, was the most important music scene in the world. Like it was
Uh,
the center of, I mean, pretty much
well,
most of the
it
greatest songs
wasn't the
being written.
center of the Jefferson Airplane and
True, and the Dead, but
Big Brother, you know. So
sure,
I mean, there was other important areas too.
true. But at least it felt like Fleetwood Mac and the beach. I mean, so much American history has been written in that canyon. It's kind of, for me, at least as a nerd about historical moments, I look at that as a very unique time, almost like the Lower East Side in the mid to late 60s kind of had its own
And
vision too.
they're within 5 miles of the current fire line of the Palisades fire.
Yeah,
Palisades Fire is right on Mandeville Canyon, which is just
right,
above Brentwood, which is just above Mulholland. Mulholland actually, the
right.
old Mulholland Road is the current boundary of the upper level of that fire. So that fire is getting up, going north towards Encino, which is crazy.
It's
Yeah.
terrible. I mean, I have two friends that are. I had a bandmate that actually Marcus met in Amsterdam, Ross. He lost his whole home. He lost his studio, his music equipment, all his memories. Everything is just gone. He sent me an image, and it's 9 blocks this way, 9 blocks that way, just gone. And for those that are out there that can help, just to say this really fast to everybody, please help. Don't go into a corny narrative about politics. That's corny. That's ridiculous. Stop. Go help people. Talk about all that later. Just go help. Be actionable, because right now is the time. And if you have N95 masks, please ship them out to people. Please help, because they're breathing in super toxic, like very toxic air. And that's another issue that'll be later in life. And
Uh,
that's, so
a good example was two two houses away from uh, Frank Zappa's house was Joni Mitchell's house.
Yeah.
it's
Hey, welcome
incredible.
to Morning Glory, who just popped in. Looks like he's enjoying some outdoor action, getting the fresh air.
Yes, sir.
Looks
Good
a little
morning,
East
guys.
Coasty.
Over
Where
here in
you where you from,
Mendocino.
brother?
I'm in
Oh wow.
Mendocino County.
Has this East Coast look to it with those trees poking out your back left
Oh,
side over there.
can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Awesome. I'm here in Mendocino County in NorCal.
Welcome.
Awesome. And I jumped in at a pretty sensitive time talking about the fires because actually in 2020, I myself became victim to the Oak Fire, and I actually lost everything.
Yeah. So sorry, man. Sorry to hear
Yeah.
about that. It's
Yep.
Man,
It's
you know firsthand
yeah.
what it means. But yeah,
Devastating.
it really is. So I'm hoping and I'm hoping they can contain the fire. It's at 11%, or I think 11%, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, but um it's not looking great. So
Yeah.
It's not for sure.
Can I
But you're
share a
right,
Reggae on
Colin.
the River story?
Please do.
All right. So in 2008, I moved to Santa Cruz next to a green room on Beach Hill. And my roommates at the time were the Moon Germs. So kind of punk rock, surf rock. It kind of ties into all this, bubble bags, everything. And they were like, I was 18, didn't know anyone. I actually took a musician's room because he went on tour and moved. I'm like, now I'm living in Santa Cruz. And they take me to this band practice in Monterey. So there's the Monterey Pops there. And they jam hard. And I'm trying to keep up with all these college kids. And I'm 18. So I'm puffing tough and fall asleep on the couch. And I wake up and they're dumping black and yellow bins. And they said, it's time to chop your way to the top. And so the whole house was trim and weed in Monterey. And we would get some of the trim and make hash out of it. And that's how we like built our studio, our little jam shack. Our first records were paid for from crops. Later on, I started Ancestry, which is a Santa Cruz roots band. So Nick, it's a pleasure to meet you. And our goal was to tour a circuit from Seattle to San Diego. And that's what we did. We would chop our way to the top. It was all funded from cannabis, and we would make the hash and sell that at shows. And one cool thing about weed and music is it was the growers in Oregon and NorCal that would take us in. We would play a show like the Jolly Roger or something, some, dive, and we had nowhere to stay. We were sleeping in a little LAX short bus, and there's 11 of us. And it was always like a grower, some Irie head would be like, yo, where you guys staying? Like we had no idea, like in our car, in the bus. And so that's another cool thing is not only was it the amplifier, cannabis was like the muse, but it was the cannabis community that always took in players and bands and acts, in my experience as a performing touring musician. From Seattle to San Diego, we always got love. So it's something that I think times have changed when it comes to like depending on a crop to pay for an album or a tour. But hey, it really was the foundation that built our group Ancestry. And one of our ways, one of the stops on the way was Reggae on the River, circa like 2010, 2012. It was 2010
Okay.
to 2014. That was our circuit.
Yeah. You
That's sick,
nailed
man.
something though, like just being a musician and stuff myself. I mean, whatever. Just the traveling around in a band with like some level of like weed, or I used to ship finger hash back to myself and hide it in the, guitar pedals, and that would be like smoking out of an apple on the back of the band. But you nailed it every single time, no matter where you were, if it was like a shitty ass sports bar we ended up at, if it was like the randomest hardcore crusty house, whoever was smoking weed, they were always, it was like, oh, let's huddle up, like,
That's
let's
the
go out
one.
back, let's
Yeah,
go in the
that's the
van. It'd always
head.
be like, what do you need? Like, you guys hungry? Like, you guys want to go get some food? You need a place to crack. Every single time, it was always the stoner, and that just crossed every single boundary. Uh, which
It
actually is
was like
kind of like what you were saying, Mark. It's like every type of music you just described, you're like, oh, it's all over, it's eclectic. It's all weed. Like that's the one
weed.
kind of like, it really is like, and out here in Humboldt, first thing I realized when I moved, that was all the hills too. It was like if you can imagine a type of person into a type of music smoking a kind of weed, they had their own little hill or like part of a hill, or like they'd bring their little crew up and that kind of thing. And everyone still had that one common denominator. It's like, oh man, everyone's so different around here. Weed. Yeah. But
Weed.
yeah, the traveling in a van and just being out there with that as the common denominator, I couldn't agree with you more, man. You just touched my heart on that one. So, and yeah, come back up to Reggae on the River, say hey. Yeah.
Will do,
Dude,
man.
dude, imagine the
It
level
reminds
of
me.
kindness you gotta have to be like, oh, how many are there of you? Just like 11. Oh yeah, no problem, dude. Come hang out. I got like a studio apartment just above the hardware store.
Oh,
We should be able to fit if we all lay head to toe, head to toe.
and the
There was an
Well,
dirtiest,
anarchist
smelliest dudes
collective in
too.
Missoula. Yeah. Missoula,
it's like
Montana. Some punk group let us in just to a co-op. I can't tell you how many like punk anarchist co-ops we as like crusty, Santa Cruz heads would come through, and it was all weed. We came through with that bubble hash. We were chopping our way to the top. And but it was also just that the compassion, head knows ahead by the look of the eye. And you
Listen,
see someone smoking, and you're like, okay, let's go hang out with them and contribute to the circle. And it always works out. We always had a place to stay, even in the cold, wet places. It was always important piece to keep the music and the weed together.
listen, back then Bubble Hash was like this like elevated version of Kind Bud. It opened all locked doors if there was a puffer on the
totally
other
did.
side.
Yes.
Like
Well, it's
I'm
like
telling you.
your story actually reminds me of like when I met Marcus in Amsterdam with my band when we just got off tour, and we just went there by chance to just like they're like, what do you want to do? Go to like Belgium or France? Or I was like, let's go to Amsterdam and go fucking hang. And they're like, all right, let's go. And then I get there and I walk into this shop and I see the bubble bags on the wall. And I'm like, oh dude, that's my friend's bags. And the guy literally goes, oh yeah, Marcus. And he calls Marcus on his phone. And he's like hands me the phone to like test if I actually knew Marcus. I was like, Marcus, it's lemon cake. He's like, dude. He's like, come to this address. And we all end up rolling over there. And we had an incredible time. And
I feel
we
like
ended
that
up
was
meeting
at Adam's place. Wasn't that it? Weren't you in Amsterdam at Hempworks?
I think so. Yeah, I was at Adams. Yeah, at
Yeah,
Hempworks. Exactly. I was like,
It
I
was
walked,
Hempworks.
I saw this, I saw your stuff in the window. I was like, oh my God, I'm going in. Like I went in. I was like, dude, I felt connected. I was like, oh, it's connected here. And yeah, and then we ended up meeting you and then meeting Sama. And then we were asked to play the showcase with Cypress and all that, Hill and all those
Yeah.
guys. And we ended up opening up for all them. It was cool.
I think it was
Um,
Doug,
that
Adam's
was cool.
partner, Adam Dunn from TH Seeds, that him and Doug had a
Yeah.
place called Hempworks. It was Doug that called me.
Yeah. I remember
And
it was definitely Doug for sure.
that's the best, hey,
Yeah.
when you're actually like, I remember being backstage at a String Cheese Incident concert once, and this dude was dropping a name to me. He's like, oh yeah, I know the Bubble Man. And I was like, what? And he said, "Yeah, that hash guy." And no one, first of all, nobody like I'm not a person. Like I have a very
I love that, man.
a very small niche of people know
You're
who I
looking
am, and
into
that's
his
about it.
eyes.
And yeah, he's looking right at me. In the end, he did know my friend Kyle, who helped me with one of my earlier logos. So it was kind of an honest mistake type of thing. But hey, I wanted to welcome Mendo Dopes in the house. I just saw him pop. Saw one of
What's
them
up,
pop
my
in.
brother?
Yeah. How's it going, dude?
Oh, good. How you guys doing?
Doing it, man.
What up,
Doing it.
brother?
Nice.
Smoking
Good to
hash and
see you,
telling
bro.
stories. Everyone's like
Awesome.
everywhere right now. My bottom row is awesome. Got Mendo Dope in the car. Kazam Davis in the middle. He's in the car on his way to work smoking fat taste. And
Oh
then
yeah.
Morning Glory is my bottom left corner. So right on, guys.
Hell yeah.
How many people are in here right now? I'm still trying to figure it out.
12. There's 12 of
You?
us. I think on a phone you have to like swipe to another page, I think, on a phone. I don't
Okay,
do it
I'm
too
on my
much, but
laptop, but
oh, you're on your
I see
laptop.
one in the corner, and I can go down and up and down through the list of
You
people.
can also go up to the top right. It should say view,
Oh,
and you can go to like gallery if you want to see everyone at once, or you can
oh
go to
yeah.
speaker and then only the one
I
person.
see 12.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so there's a
Yeah,
double stack in here.
but how stoned are you, Sam?
Me? Are you talking to me?
I am.
Oh, well, I'm sitting here smoking my, I'll give you a demonstration.
Oh, a
I'm
demonstration.
trying to.
A skunk man
He's
Sam
focusing.
demonstration. He's
Thank
focusing
you.
hard.
Focus, brother.
Oh, he's
Focus.
Oh,
focused.
the
Look
Focus
at that.
V.
It is the
Yeah.
focus.
I knew it.
Dude,
You
did
got
you
a
know
lot
that?
of in on
Color.
this thing.
Did you know that,
Man, I
DJ
think,
Hard, before you said that?
check it out. Check it out,
I
right?
gave Hito one of those several years ago.
Okay, okay. Word.
Hey, so check it. I just gotta say this. I think every important relationship that I've ever made in my life has come from marijuana. I'm talking
Hmm.
about I've smoked weed everywhere. I'm talking about when they started legalizing it state by state. I used to jump on the plane and just fly there. Like that's my vacation. Solo. I even DJ'd at the first annual Cannabis Cup, the first, second, and third High Times annual Cannabis Cup in Denver, Colorado. Now I'm gonna tell you something. When it as far as hash, I hit hash. I'll do some dabs. I like to roll up myself personally. However, I went to Amsterdam. I was disappointed. I think that the Cali weed is the strongest weed. I'm from Texas, so I think that the Cali weed is very strong. You know, Oregon, I don't like it. Washington, I don't like it. Denver, I don't like it. Oklahoma, I damn sure don't like it. But Michigan,
Yeah, hell
Michigan,
yeah, Michigan.
Michigan
Do
is
you fuck with
very
Michigan?
Michigan is very, very underrated. Those Chaldeans up there, those are like Arab Christians. So you know how you have Arab Muslims, so you got Arab Christians, so they call themselves Chaldeans. And those Chaldean people up there, they grow some good damn weed. I'm talking about Snoop Doggy Dogg style weed.
Listen, that
Yeah.
weed, believe it or not, is all around the
It's
world.
cold
And
as fuck.
sometimes if you're just
Tonic.
looking for the weed itself, it's hard to find. But if you hunt the hash and you find the 6 star full melt, like you just found the weed you're looking for.
100%. Well, peace,
Well,
everybody. I gotta roll. Marcus, I'll be back next week, full force, people. I love you all. Thank you. Thanks for
Safe
including me.
travels, Colin.
It
Wonderful to
was
meet
really
you.
lovely to talk with
Thanks,
everyone.
Colin.
I love all of you very much. Take care. Have a great day.
Thanks.
You
Peace,
said,
everybody.
Send me beats, Colin.
Yeah, dude, Dan, we'll link. Peace, brother.
send
yeah,
me
but I want to
beats.
try some Vermont weed. What's up with that Vermont weed you talking about?
I think the
It's
Vermont weed is good.
Dan knows.
It's
So here in
dank.
front of me, I've got this is the California version, and then I've got the Vermont version here, and I got them both rolled up. So I've been smoking back and forth. This is the California, this is the Vermont, and then I've got some indoor too. But yeah, it really depends, in my opinion, on how it's stored. There's things about my California weed that I like better, that I think it has a deeper flavor, and it's probably a bit stronger in certain ways. The Vermont weed is easier to preserve the terpenes, so it's really terpene. And it's easier to keep it fresh, I think. I'm high, so I like both.
So what would you prefer though? Like if you had a preference, would it be the California or would it be the Vermont?
I'm in love with growing weed in both of these places, so I would never do that.
Okay. I get
Because
you.
Callie,
whenever,
Callie,
whenever,
Don't make them choose.
don't
Callie.
make them choose.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So
What I
welcome,
will say is
Mendo.
that Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle is probably the ultimate in terms of potential, climate, history, culture. If someone put a gun to my head and said you could only grow weed in Humboldt or Vermont, I'd probably go back to Humboldt, but it's a very tough call.
Have you been up to the Kootenays in Canada?
I haven't.
You should come check out the Kootenays. I'm like 99% sure it was like draft dodgers from Humboldt who bounced to the Kootenays and started the culture there. So it's very much like our version of Humboldt. It's big, it's forested, and it's just like maniac fucking characters living on acreages just everywhere growing weed.
So when I first got to Humboldt,
is
oh,
that where
sorry.
Black Bear was living?
Black Bear was actually in the Okanagan. He wasn't quite, but he would have been the king of the Kootenays. Fuck, he would have been the king of Humboldt for that matter. That guy was quite a character.
So my first year in Humboldt, the farm that I was at had a bunch of Vancouver Island purple crosses,
Oh wow.
and a bunch of community crosses. So we actually had a bunch of, Vancouver Island early finishing purples crossed into some like old school neighborhood Northern Lights crosses. So that was actually the first stuff I grew in California was, Canadian, stuff, and did great. It's beautiful herb.
That wasn't from Legends, was it?
It was some people who had come and worked on farms, and they
Oh, brought it.
brought genetics with them that they had been working on in the Kootenays and in Vancouver Island. And then those just made a impact. It's like they were living in the neighborhood and brought genetics and combined them with the old school neighborhood stuff. And some people still
Awesome.
had it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Go ahead, Caleb. We cut you off there.
No worries. Yeah, let's we get some intros from our two newest guests here. Lizzie from Mendo Dope and also Morning Glory, our Mendocino representatives today.
Yeah. You want
Good
me to
morning.
start? Good morning. Good morning, Morning Glory.
Morning, brother. Guess I'll start it off. Oh, lost you one moment. There you go. Yep. Morning Glory. As I mentioned, I'm here in Mendocino County. Wow, where to begin? I have a passion for the hashin. I also love to DJ on the side. And lately, starting last year, I decided what happens if I wanted to combine both passions, both DJing and hash making, by which honestly, I put it, me and a good homie of mine who's been kind of doing this thing for a while now, put our talents together, and we've been on this little bit of a quest this last few year, myself, I should say, along with him within this last year of finding the right frequencies, vibrations, hertz, and honestly, DJing and using bass as the agitation process.
I was just gonna say, are you doing that already right now?
Yes.
We've been talking about that for a while too. It's the coolest thing ever to make some keef with some bass.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
sift
Actually, I
away
remember
with-
Subcool Rest in Peace was using a bass key agitated keef, and then I remember seeing that. And honestly, before I started doing hash making, back in the day, I remember watching documentaries about hash making in Morocco, in which you would see the sticks and beat sift process happening. So I'm like, all right, if they're beating the plant material, they're using a vibration. So what happens if I, as a little R&D, what happens if I took a bunch of my grinders, put them on my subs, and DJ to see what would happen? And little success, had great success. And then, all right, not just dry sifting, but what about ice water sifting?
Savage.
And yep, it's been real positive results.
You know what else works really good is ultrasonics. So
Yes.
when you use ultrasonics, either with alcohol, uh, for example, you can put ground up buds and just do it for like 30, 45 seconds. And the what you get is gold. The green doesn't come out fast enough, and
Beautiful.
it's incredible.
Aw- Awesome. Actually, in terms of ultrasonics, I've been using ultrasonic as a way of cleaning the resin once it's sifted through the microns. And so I'll be honest, like in terms of cleaning that resin, I'll be real. In this little R&D process, I have not used a hose or a fan setting on the hose to clean the resin at all. It's only been ultrasonics, and it's been working.
And how clean does it get?
Pretty honestly, the market I have with people interested, it's that old school hashish quality, and it's a good melt, full melt bubble style. If it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble, and it's been never
Yeah,
trouble so
I
far.
I I made that up.
Yes, sir. Honored
Indeed,
to be
you
in your
did.
presence.
That's
Fucking savage.
a cool
Um,
saying.
I just wanted to jump in. I actually just got back from Morocco not that long ago, and what you mentioned, Morning Glory, like I took note right away where everyone was talking about like who was beating the best hash, and it was all about what rhythm they had. And so like in the family that I was like hanging out with, it was like the different sons all had different rhythms, and they'd all argue, no, mine's the best, and it'd be like, oh, listen to the pattern and then smoke the hash, and it was like you could tell the difference because it was how long they did it, what kind of thing. I never thought about the science behind it as much as you, but immediately that clicked in my head is like, that's where it's at. Being a drummer myself, so
The only trouble with Moroccan hash is it's all made with seeded marijuana. It's
yeah,
not Simsamia. So it's hard to be the best of the best of the best.
yeah. We could talk about yeah quality issues there all day, I think, but the science behind like kind of the culture of them beating was great. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I tell you what though, I was out there in Casablanca for 3 days and I was high as fuck.
That's what's up. Well, you know what? You listen, I've had to smoke things of a much lower caliber in my days, depending on, to me, it's always what you have. Whenever someone says, what's your favorite hash? I'm like, well, the one that was grown like perfectly. I care less about the aromatic profile than I do care about how well has it expressed itself, because at that point in time I can lean towards any flavor profile. Sure, I love the haze, that's kind of my all-time favorites, and I have an appreciation for fruity and the gassy and all these different varieties, garlic and funk, and but I really would choose the one that was grown the best every time. There's no flavor profile that would have me choose something that was a little bit below something else just because I preferred that flavor profile. That's how much my um, focus is on the caliber, the purity, and the quality. That's
My
what I'm looking
focus
for.
has always been on effects. So
Yeah, well,
I
that's for
want it to
sure.
be up, clear, high, speedy. I don't really like couch lock weed, although I understand how medical users do like couch lock because of they're in physical pain.
Right.
Well,
Even
I
couch
like I
lock
like
weed.
the couch back. I like the couch back, and it ain't because of physical pain. I like the full effect.
Got it.
Full effect. So, speaking of very efficacious cultivars, congrats to Mendo Dope on the recent Emerald Cup win.
Yes. Thank you,
Oh
my brother.
yeah. Okay, dude.
Yeah, that Hetties it's a very special strain. We've been liking for quite a few years now. We've been growing more and more of it throughout the last couple of years, as since we found it from the re-veg. I don't know if did you see the story from the Emerald Triangle thing? They did a little cartoon even about the little story. It was pretty funny. Um, but yeah, it was found at our homie's garden, and it was already in full flower. A homie passed away that year, so we were going to his garden to go check out what his plants look like to help his dad kind of put strains together because he had a lot of seed start stuff. So he's trying to pack things to sell and what can mix together. And we found that one right there and cut the clone. It's already, deep October. So full of 8, 9 weeks on the flower of it. And then slowly brought it back. The next year had a couple clones, tested it indoors. Next year was perfect to do an outside test. It did pretty good. And then we did a big outside garden of it at the farm we had with Cody. And so yeah, that one it's just like a straight old school gas, but there's a little something hiding in there too. It's like a 90, I'd say like 95% old school gas, and it's a little bit of every gas. It's hard to even say which OG it is. It's just like a really good OG of a little combo from like the best OGs that we used to have, like not even ones that we ever grew, because we never really got a really good OG to grow before. We always would get cuts from clubs and get something that's not what we wanted. We're always trying to find these couple different OGs that we would get eighths of, and be like, man, if we could get this cut, but we never could find it. So then after finding this one, it's like the gassiest one we've ever had, our favorite, like just Kush strain in our mother room and our like selection. And it's a super, super nice strain, just super cool, and grows really badass. And it's really cool that the judges all liked it. It was funny too, because like, gas has been a little bit on the back burner now after all the exotic candy gas things that people are on and all of the new hype stuff. So for it to be like catch the judges for like a just nice, pretty close to all traditional OG kind of profile was really cool to see how people like Emerald Cup people are a little different too than other people too. They're more old school and they're very smart, and they're not like a normal other cups, that like they could be tricked by the hype stuff. So it's cool to see like people that really took the time to liked it like as much as we like it. So it's really cool to see.
Cool story too.
It's very special strain to us.
Yeah, no
because
shit.
how it came together. Yeah, it's like, well, we're gonna have to keep this forever. Like this isn't us. We keep strains probably for like we had a vanilla Kush strain we had for like 11 years, as long as we ever had one strain for. And then that strain kind of got maybe sick or sad or hemp Latin virus or something. It stopped growing to grow really vigorously, and we just got rid of it. But besides that one strain, we kind of keep strains for a few years, maybe 3-4 years, and then we'll move on again and kind of switch things the mother room around. But that Hetty strain in general will be like a forever strain for us. And we've been crossing strains to that now for a little bit, so we have all kinds of strains with that lineage from it. So it's really cool to see new stuff that's backdates to that also.
If you keep your clones clean, you can keep them. I've had them for more than 30 years, and they were just as good as they were 30 years ago. But I used extreme measures to keep them clean, including not taking any new plant into my facilities until I had field trialed it for 6 months or so.
Yeah, I bet that's probably how you have to be real serious these days with everything going on and all the strains that have, all the strains you can get that are disease ridden and whatever. And really for our mother room, our whole life since we started keeping that vanilla strain, we kept in like 2012 or 2011 when we first kept like mothers. And that was the first clone we kept as like a forever, like all year long we keep it, and all the next year we have it. And our mother section, like a lot of our mother rooms, we would just let them barely live. Like sometimes during the winter, they're just like very dormant, like in I forget what the word would be right now, but it's like they're like in limbo. They're not really happy. They're not vigorous because we don't have a lot of space to have like vigorous plants all winter and all year, and the amount of moms that we do have. So for a long time, we keep our moms in the wintertime really slow growing, kind of sad, and then we'll boost them back up in the season in the
I
spring.
had a cold grow refrigerator, so I kept the temperature at 4 or 5 degrees, and you hardly had to water it at all, and it had grow lights, fluorescence inside the refrigerator.
That's just super smart. Yeah, it seems like keeping them in that dormant, slow motion grow is not a problem to slow down things and be able to maintain. But with us, like that vanilla mon, we almost lost it like 10 different times throughout the 11 years we had it. Like it would get sick. And then when russets hit that year, russets hit hard out here, it got russets bad and we barely kept it alive that year. And then it's like that thing went through hell. And then, so it's like not far-fetched that it would catch something and it probably maybe someone could have cleaned it. We liked it a lot, but we also, it was cool to have it for as long as we had it. We didn't need to force keeping it.
At one time, I had 360 mothers and a few fathers.
Damn.
And yeah, my employees sort of rebelled against me, so I knocked it down to 120.
So I've
Yeah.
I've had it happen a lot. I've had people rebel against my collections, like I've had whole years where we've, cloned, 750 plants and went through multiple rounds of testing only for someone in the winter to let stuff go without permission because it's challenging to manage when you're limited with space or electricity, especially growing off grid a lot in Northern California. So I feel that. For what's funny is as long as I've been growing weed, there's such a small percentage of time that I had actual control of a year-round mom room where someone wouldn't make mistakes, and now even in Humboldt, we play musical grow rooms in the winter. We use our cloning room, which is, small. We have to, burn fuel, which is very wasteful to do that. And then we fire up the greenhouse and put a bunch of propane in it at a certain point. But it's a year-round evolving thing that's a challenge and not efficient with cost or anything when you're off grid and super rural. And then here on the East Coast, we bank all my stuff. So I have my stuff banked here and have a pretty decent collection and some of the males that we use so we can recreate, not have to reselect. And then the goal for years is I've been trying to get my more special stuff banked with tissue culture, but I haven't trusted any of the tissue culture people that exist that are offering services. And I'm about to do some initiations and then, keeping them clean and making sure that you have, lab testing that they're pathogen and viroid free. It's a big challenge and a big challenge in cultivating that didn't, exist when you go back 15 years ago.
That's absolutely true. I've found 29 different viruses in cannabis.
Damn. Yeah, whatever that vanilla kush had, it would like the vanilla kush was always a bitch to root too. It was so hard to root. It'd take longer than any strain we've ever had our whole life. They'll always be sad by the time they rooted. So that was a problem. But that that was like we would get them to root though, and then they would grow kind of good in veg, and we put them outside, they look happy. But as soon as they start to get a little bit of a teen mode and a little bit where everything's starting to rip, that would just be dormant and slow down. And then as it went to flower, it started just dying, like yellowing out and not putting out the smallest buds ever. It was like a trick for like 2 or 3 years. We thought we could like save it and the mom would be good and we'd get clones and they'd start to look good and we'd be like, nice, maybe it's back. But then nope, it just go to shit right by the time it really need to start doing something.
That's why I would always try to give stuff to other people I trust. It's hard to trust people, but every year before the winter, I'd always try to get the most important things to at least a few people. So hopefully if everybody made a mistake, one person would still have it.
Very smart. Yeah.
Very, very
That's how we have our headies now. We have a couple people with the headies because we cannot lose that fucking strain. So we gotta make sure, yeah, it's not on just one person. I mean, even when the fires came through, a couple years ago, those 3 years of fires straight, that was also a crazy hurdle and pain in the ass to keep mothers going. It was like very dangerous, just having one of a kind plant, one unicorn in the world. And if we could have it somewhere like sometimes we have our homie now in Minnesota have some cuts for like Minnesota Nice hold some things for us. We're gonna start having him have like a couple various strains, just like way the fuck away from California's fires. First off, fires would be probably the one of the top 10 ways you could lose your fucking shit nowadays.
I would grow one or two big plants in the ground that would be 15 feet tall, and I would grow maybe 5 of them in like a 5-10 liter pot, and then I would grow a couple of them in a cold refrigerated with grow lights, and I never lost one.
That's badass.
The
Because
colder
that was over a
thing,
30-year period.
that's like with our mothers, we have a big like a 60 by 40 like metal shop for the last like quite a few years now, where our grandpa's house was that we took over, and that's like where our moms are and our studio is. And we have our little hut for like our moms. We don't have, we only have, we never gone hard like you guys. We keep like 31, like Baskin Robbins has always been like something we like 31 flavors. Like if we have 31's, I don't know why we would need more. I know it's so fucking easy to hoard and keep everything, but we would try to, once we get past that, we try to weed it back down so we can fit like our moms in the dormant state in our little hut upstairs in the machine shop. So it's fucking freezing in there too, like your like your fridge technique. And that is how like it's been helpful for us to not have just full-time vigorous plants all year round, constantly transplanting and keeping them fed and happy and cutting them. And we've always done a lot smaller gardens too than a lot of people throughout the years. Once we got rated in 2013 or whatever, we just started filming our personal gardens. Like everyone's known, like our YouTube stuff is like it's always like 6 plants and 12 plants. Like we got rated with the 25 because they're too big, and then instead of just going in the hills and teaming up with people or going and getting a property where we were just going to blow it up, we were so focused in music. We wanted to do music so much, not disappear. And then that kind of made us like get into and Subcool made us get into filming the garden at the same time. So we're filming music stuff, filming the garden stuff at the same time, but growing so much smaller gardens than so many people are doing. It's only the last couple of years we've been doing these bigger gardens where it needs thousands of plants. And
shout out to Subcool. And what a great fucking dude, man. Like just knew the guy for so long, such a character, such a lover of cannabis, a true bubble ambassador, truly turned so many people onto Bubble Hash. And
so cool.
created or helped create some very well-known names in the hash world from supplying such great cannabis. And if you had Subcool in your life, you were like if and you were paying attention, you also had great weed.
Oh yeah, for sure. He laced our game up for sure a lot with the indoor stuff and with hash and solventless and clean weed in general, just like watering with just water and super soil and not liquid feeding every single watering and all the stuff we were told, like tricked by in the beginning of the times.
Yeah.
And he lost his place in a fire, wasn't that right? I remember.
Yeah, that fire was
I think
like the 2017 fire, I think, or something.
That's right. He was on Hash Church, I think, the following week. And
Yeah,
telling
exactly.
that he got out with nothing more than his backpack, a baseball hat, and like a small little bong and a small stash of weed.
Well, I was talking to him while it was happening, and he was trying to get back in his truck to like this to get back to his property. And that's why I invited him onto Hash Church the next week. That was yeah, that was shocking, man.
Yeah, it was the
all of the
fire
shit
that just wiped out Santa Rosa, right?
Oh
It
my
wiped out
God.
like a line through Santa Rosa. Like it came over the mountain right where Stubbs' house was kind of in towards the start of that fire, and he was way up in the mountains compared to the down low Santa Rosa area. And it turned over the hill, wiped his house down, almost like a fucking fire waterfall or a river or some shit. Straight line through his property, through the people down him, straight to the bottom of where Santa Rosa town is. Took out like a big hotel and a couple other trailer parks, crossed the fucking freeway, went through a skinny neighborhood down to this block at the end that took out the entire fucking residential block. That was like it was a crazy fire for sure. It was one of the biggest ones that's ever been out here that burnt Sub's house down. That shit was like probably like very similar to what's going on in LA, like full tornadoes of fire, full like it was, when Sub would just explain it, he said it came over the hill and exploded trees on the way down. Like when it hit, the fire would come like a waterfall, he said, and then as it hit the next tree, the tree would explode and go down to the next one. It wasn't like the fire was a normal fire, it's just exploding through the forest, just ripping down the hill. Like downhill too, it wasn't even going uphill, it's just going downhill.
That's fucking
Yeah, I was in
mental.
Santa Rosa when that one went down, and that was a crazy experience, because I used to stay at those hotels on the Fountain Grove when I used to come into town business. Those were like my spots, and I had actually just moved to Santa Rosa and rented a house, and it was my first night in the rental house, and
Shut up.
Nobody knew that I was there, and I'd moved for a business deal or whatever. And I was about to move my family out. They were going to be there, like, whatever. But I woke up at 6 in the morning. I went to bed, and I could smell smoke, and I could hear what I thought was gunshots. And I was like, who'd be stupid enough to burn a wood stove right now, with the wind and how dry it was. When I woke up in the morning, I found out that what I thought was gunshots was the propane tanks exploding in people's homes like a mile and a half down the road from where I was. So I went to go check on my other friend's house and set up sprinklers on people's houses in downtown Santa Rosa. And yeah, I mean, the ones in LA I think are a lot even crazier and worse. But yeah, it's
Bigger now, yeah.
honestly,
Right.
that's one of the reasons I chose to leave California part-time was like, full-time was because my kids kept being exposed to so much smoke from so many fires, so many weeks out of the year, and it was so intense, you know what I'm saying? And it's really unfortunate, difficult situation for people out there.
Yeah, it's really bad. It sucks so bad because Sub Cool, like we met Sub through the Cannabis Cups, like early on, right when he was moving out of Oregon and he was finding a place in California. Then he found the Santa Rosa house and he was so close to us. It was right as we were starting to become like super fans of his when we met him and he moved closer to us. And then we just clicked and he was able to drive to our house and we could drive to his house anytime. And his house was super sick and he was just starting to grow outdoor, like it was like his second or third year doing like the mental dope style outdoor at his house, and it was so fucking cool. And as soon as that happened, it all went to shit. Like he was already going through so much shit with his health and with Jill and stuff, and then that just fucked his rest of his life up. That fire fucked it up so bad. It's so sad how many people have to go through something similar to like how Sub did, but Sub had so much on top of his plate already at the fire just fucking changed his life for the like fully. He was just it was so sad because we just gonna get to see him no more. It was only a couple weeks he was in Cali after that, and then it was gone. And we saw him in Arizona once, but it was super shitty. His house was really cool. And I mean, just the seeds he had his where the seed vault was, like on his bottom downstairs of his house or whatever, like all that shit fucking gone. We went up there to his house like a month or so after the fires and walked around and looked at it, and we grabbed one of the stalks that was left, like it all burnt one of his trees that he had. There was a nice stalk we kept and we have it in like our house and stuff, just like for a memory. But it's fucking so sad, dude. So sad. But Sub was
Totally.
he was yeah, he had fire so long ago. So many phenos could have been kept as one, name it whatever the fuck you want to name. He probably had a lemon cherry gelato, similar variety in his fucking pheno mixes and shit he made. You know what I mean? He had so many cool strains. So with the people he was working with too, like in his circle of who was making stuff with him. And
Dude, and I'll say this about Sub, like his cultivars, obviously who grew it was fairly important, but it seemed like they were somewhat more generous for some people that maybe if you weren't had never grown full melt resin before, you might have the best chance doing it with some of his cultivars. They were just like everyone I ever tried was just slamming, like so good, so tasty, so strong. He always just had great hash. And listen, I go back with, I don't even know what year it would have been, whatever year he met Jill, because I was on like chat rooms in the 90s with her, Jill, and this guy Jack. They were like Jack and Jill. That's what they went under. This was her original like boyfriend or husband or whatever he was to her. Soon after Jack disappeared, and then Sub popped in, and that's how I met Sub, was through Jill. So really, I feel like I met him before he made any. I feel like we were both really working on making our marks simultaneously. And he was a character. He had that certain people were like, "Whoa, this guy's too much," and I was just like, "No, man, I'm from Winnipeg. Like he's a perfect amount for me."
Yep, there would be times where he was the first dude. I remember we went to after we got raided, he took us to a nice dinner and stuff, and we had a big talk about everything that happened. And um he would be like going to like nice fancy restaurants and telling the waiters like he's like, you know who we are? We're cannabis celebrities. We're like famous cannabis. Like he was like back a long time ago, dude. He's like telling random people like I'm a cannabis celebrity. Like I am. This is who the fuck I am. Dude. You don't know who I am. Here, take some weed. Here's a hat pin or whatever. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, damn, that's savage to just be that ballsy, dude. He's so ballsy to tell people. And then to be filming, like you're saying too, like the homie Nick Box, who we got the headies from. He's the one who introduced us to Subcool, and he was following. I think he was also following you too. I remember him talking about you years ago. I think now that you say that, he was on the forums and he was on the shit before we ever were on YouTube and these chats that you guys were doing. Nick was on that shit.
Right. That's awesome. Very cool. We had Zach G come in, we had Mojave come in, and we've yeah, so welcome to those two. Welcome, Zach.
Welcome,
How's it
Seth.
going?
I like that both you and Mojave at least appear to be standing outside.
I'm waiting for my kid's flag football game to start, so I'm kind of tucked off in the side of this school.
Dude, that's what's up. On Hash Church, waiting for flag football to start. I like it. I like your
Yeah,
style.
that's
This is real outside. It's freaking cold and wet, and it's super weird to be up here. I'm in Oregon. I like drove out of LA, watched all the smoke and shit, and left my family and moved into came up here to a bunch of rain and moisture. So hello,
Yeah,
everyone. Cold.
I couldn't tell if you had a green screen going and you were just really trying to sell that shit. So you had the hoodlum and the fucking toque on.
Hayes Valley. Yo.
Hayes Valley, eh?
Yeah.
Santa Cruz.
Hayes Valley, really good genetics.
That's it, man.
It's Green Valley Road.
You know it, man.
Lots on.
It's all about bring the haze back.
Blue Halo. That flavor was so good.
When I was growing the Wham garden, that was Ryan would come through with some genetics and we put them in the Wham field. So a lot of love for Hayes Valley.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Remember that
field? Berry.
I had some stuff in the field as well.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah. So Zach runs a brand out in Sacramento called Amplified Farms. And we've gone to some shows together. And I know one of my favorite cultivars from Amplified is called Cypress OG. And I was wondering, perhaps you could share the story of how y'all got that.
That was just basically gifted around our circle of friends that grew, and it went by a few different names over the years. And supposedly, our one buddy that got it first got it from, I think, DJ Muggs or something. So when we wanted to name it for the brand, we just kind of called it Cypress OG just to give a nod to those guys. But it's one of my favorite cuts still to this day. Just hits every time. And it's kind of like listening to you guys earlier about keeping moms alive for a long time. And that was the one that the group of friends was always making sure somebody had alive. So yeah, it was people called it the Tahoe OG for a while. And I think it went under a few different names over the years. But yeah, great strain, just great effect. Probably still my favorite thing we grow.
Is that also known as that Ricky's Brothers Kush or whatever?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure it's known as a few things, but I can't speak to that. I don't know about that. But it grows. It gets big. When it's healthy, it does really well. But yeah, just a solid OG. It's got the nose. It's got the effect. Love that strain.
RBK is just old school OG. It's the same cut.
Same cut, right? It's all the same cut.
Yeah,
I bet you they're all the same.
Most of them are the same.
It's so badass. I've heard a lot of that about that story, and whatever podcast I was listening to also on the first smoke of the day. I got a little more info from that. We've listened to Cyber Seal so much, and there's known about that, hearing about that shit for so long. It's so cool to keep a strain that long and share it with people. And for you guys, I gotta get to Sac and get some of that shit.
Hell yeah.
I got a Cypress Hill story that's kind of relevant to keeping strains and all that shit. In '93, when I moved to Amsterdam, Adam Dunn had just gotten the bubblegum seeds. He had, I think, 13 phenos or so that came out, and this was summer of '93. And Cypress Hill had just come into town. They were just new. I mean, they were just guys, right? Like they're just a new band. And it was Cypress Hill, House of Pain, and Funk Dubious. They were doing the tour. And we were hanging out with them at Cincy Seeds and stuff, and they're doing all their promotional stuff there. And anyway, I think it was maybe the first, I'm not sure if it was the first time we met. Yeah, it was the first time we met him, and Adam had just harvested this bubble gum. And he had like one plant that was yielded really low. I mean, it was like, and this is like Amsterdam closet grow. Imagine a closet in Amsterdam, right? It's like the size of this chair, right? And there was like these are the magic beans from his homie back east, back in Rhode Island, who got them from the guy, and you know the whole story. Anyway, he pops the beans, and one of them was just like the most, to this day. I know everyone's got the stories of the memories because it's a weird sense memory, but to this day, it was just one of those. Holy shit! That's not really weed can't taste like that. It's just like crazy. Like your mouth, you kept chewing and just like while you were smoking it, it was just like and the high wasn't that great. It wasn't that insane, but the taste was just like nuts. So we went after the show, I think it was at the Paradiso. We went back to the hotel room with Cypress Hill. I think Muggs wasn't there. I guess it was just Be Real. And anyway, we smoked them out. They were blown away. They were just like, dude, I've never tried it like that. And we gave them all the weed, right? Just like, take it, whatever. Gave them like the 10 of the 13 grams that there was, or something like that, you know, that was left. And then, so we had all of those set up at Adam's place. And then Adam's place got robbed. Someone who had smelled what was going on in town did not like what was going on. And they came in there and they stole all the cuts, and they went, it was creepy, man. They went and broke all the moms. They just snapped all their backs and left them there, like in the apartment, like walk in a crime scene, just like a bunch of dead plants. And only one of all the moms was able to get re-vegged out of all those dead plants or dying plants, a clone that got off of those dying plants.
Wow.
And it wasn't the Cypress Hill cut, though. It was not. And that bubblegum became the parent to all the bubblegum of today. Was what survived from that. That's what went to Serious Seeds, and that's what went to, you know, Saga Mother and all that. So the real bubblegum, the Cypress Hill cut, which was just fucking insane. Just insane. So, and it was the only one that was, and the one that survived was, yeah, it was bubble gum, and it tastes like bubble gum. It was a good cut. It was actually a good, like, medium version to get a lot. But the Cypress Hill cut, shit. And that's one of the few times I've ever seen, like, you know, that kind of weird jealousy kind of thing where someone was like, your genetics need to die. Like, and then the weird part is, like, they took them and we knew right away, it's like, well, you can never use it. You can only breed with it because you can't grow it. Amsterdam's a small town. You can't, like, start pulling out bubble gum. It's just like, where did you get it? So such a weird, like, history in the cannabis genetics of how intense it can be when something new pops up, and who has it and who can have it and who's jealous and who, you know, weird.
Well, yeah, the hate is real, ain't it? The hate is real.
Oh yeah, it's fear and scarcity, man. People start getting insecure with fear and scarcity. They can do some silly things. I prefer love and abundance. Makes me a happier person.
Yeah. I have I keep seeing DJ Morning Glory there hitting his 3-hole hash pipe. And I'm reminded of the time that I met him at Black Oak Ranch at an event called the Kind Bud Campout. And, you know, he taught me how to use that 3-hole. Does anyone have any stories about kind of that correlation between glass and cannabis and music and all these events that we may have seen each other at?
I got a good story. My buddy Jamie from Heavy Glass Bong, he's up in Oregon now, but a band I was playing in the early 2000s, we used to practice in his he had a couple warehouses in, I think, Gardena or something. We used to rehearse there while there was like a whole crew of people blowing tubes, and he had an assembly line going. And that was right when like Jerome Baker got popped, and then all of a sudden he was like the biggest fish in the pond. So then I think he got rid of his company, but he used to go on tour with our band, and we never had any money, but he would always just make sure we had a killer time, and was just an awesome like inspirational dude that just lived life his own way, just total savage. And yeah, it was really good. I remember taking a guitar and burning part of it with the torch from the glass, making the tubes, and still got a sick burn mark on it. But yeah, it was just those times were pretty awesome. Just like when things were a little more underground and a little more closeted, and just like just the way he ran his whole operation. He'd have a couple nondescript vans where he'd do his runs to supply his head shops, and he'd book some of it around some of our tours, so we'd always have someone fun to hang out with at the end of the night. But yeah, that was pretty cool scene back then. I don't know if
Right.
anybody knows Jamie.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I do. I for whatever reason always had a very strong connection to the glass blowing world from pretty early on. I would say my first pipe was I want to say 94. I think I bought a Hugh Grass. He was one of Snodgrass's like students. I got a little Hugh Grass pipe, and I went to Amsterdam that year, or no, the next year, and I ended up selling it because someone apparently needed it more than I needed it. But I ended up meeting Marble Slinger before he was Marble Slinger at that Cannabis Cup. It was super weird because years later I actually met him by picking him up hitchhiking on the way to a fish show at the Gorge. But he was living in I'm guessing close to where Dan is right now. He said he was 30 minutes from the border if he's on the West Coast anyway, because he was in Bellingham.
I'm close to Quebec.
Oh, Quebec. Okay, on the East Coast, right. Awesome. Vermont, right. Yeah, so these guys all lived in Bellingham, and there was a lot of them. There was Marcel Braun, who's this just incredible glass blower, like top of his game. He was like creating and building tools to do things that no one had done with glass yet. So he was really going down the R&D hole. Plus, he was just beyond talented savant style. But then there was also Slinger and Zach and Pedro Smiley and D-Rec and Max Poland. Got a little Max Poland piece right here that sits on my side here. Jason Lee was a part of that group. So they had this huge contingency of these glass blowers. I'll be honest, this was really pre Bubble Man, pre Bubble Hash. So for me, I was just chain smoking joints, like huge giant joints, smoking insane amounts of them. I didn't really smoke with pipes. These guys fucking took buds and like smashed them into their bowl of their pipe and then just hit it. And I was intrigued. So as I met them, really, because I met them in 98 at the Gorge, and within a year later I was basically going to have access to Bubble Hash. So by the time I really befriended them through email and whatnot and invited them to come up, it was 45 minutes for them to come from Bellingham right to my deck in Canada here. And literally that house is 2 doors down for me that we used to have all those meetings. But they really helped turn me on to the glass world, the art form of it, the awesomeness. For flower, I miss the boat, but for smoking hash purely, like having like the stainless steel screen with the match, or even better, like the beeline wick, and just like fading the flame over the hash and boiling it. And even though there was no carb cap and it was probably not the most efficient way to do things, it was still an incredible time to be alive and be exposed to these different things. It was part of my journey, surely. And so, yeah, the old full melt bubble
Jason,
was.
and Jason had a before Jerome Baker was Jerome Baker. He had a little spot right next to Adam's CIA spot in Amsterdam where he would blow. And it was a trip because I'd never seen anyone, I'd never seen anyone blowing glass before, other than at like a fair or making little trinkets and stuff.
Yep.
And here's this kid, he's long hair, young kid, and he's over there and he's just in this old building, like in the middle of this kind of old warehouse that looks like it's an old, like just old ship or something. And me and Rob are puffing, and most of the bowls that you'd get, pull bowls you'd get, were like graphics pull bowls, so that were like a serious deep angle, and we're puffing bubbling hash. And we're like, dude, this just clogs the bowl every time. And even to put a screen in there, you have to fucking push it in. So
Brutal.
Jason was like, yeah, he's like, oh, how would you, what do you, I'm like, can you make it a little more U-shaped and a little flatter? And he's like, yeah, I'll be right back. And he runs over and he's like, literally like 20 minutes later, he comes back and gives us the bowl, and we start puffing. It's just like, what just happened? Did that just happen right now? And it's a trip because, Jason Harris, everyone calls him Jerome Baker because
Yep.
Jerome Baker is company. And I didn't even know for like a couple of years. And I used to sell their stuff at a shop I used to run. And I asked him one time, I was like, dude, why is it Jerome Baker? He's like, dude, it's
Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, man. He's like, getting baked. Because it's
Yeah.
like, the glass and the dead and music are just like, it's just like,
Synonymous.
it wouldn't have happened. It's just
That
it's
was
beautiful.
the first glass blowing I also saw, and I met Jay in 95 when I believe it was 95 that he had that studio, and Adam still had the CIA, because I think he closed it soon after and then opened the KGB.
94. It would have been by 95,
Okay,
I think
94.
it was open. Yeah. So I think it was just from like mid late 93 all the way through 94, and that would have been it. Yeah,
Awesome.
it was cool. Yeah, good times. I got to roll, man, but just because it's the music thing, can I give you a quick story on my cannabis music relationship?
Please, that's what we want.
Right on. So I grew up, with a lot of musicians around and stuff, and music was always a part of it, and obviously cannabis and music. So I actually moved to Amsterdam to do music. One of my family friends was a guitar player for Nina Simone, and he lived in France, and he said, like, come on out and I'll mentor you, and you do music, learn jazz guitar. And I wanted to take it to the next level. I was like, yeah, cool, man. I basically came out there, got a one-way ticket, and partied in Amsterdam for a few months and hitchhiked to France. And like some dumb kid with like a big bag of hash and a guitar and a backpack, I realized that my mentor had moved back to the US like 4 weeks earlier, because we were communicating on like postcards and fucking payphones and shit, right?
Wow.
And I was literally stranded in Paris with no money and nothing but hash, which was better than money, because whenever you found people who needed hash, right, it got you. That's how I survived. Got like a place to stay and food. And anyway, and I called up Amsterdam and got Monica at Cincy Seeds on the phone. And Monica's like, why don't you, come back up here? And we became a couple, and we ended up living with Monica, and I started growing and breeding. And while I was in Amsterdam, this band, and I fell in love with cannabis, with the whole culture in Amsterdam. And there was this band that was an LA band that was local band, playing around, and they got signed, and they needed their guitar player quit, and they needed another guitar player. And I was like, well, I play guitar, because I can't even remember how I knew these guys. And they're like, and I'm from LA. They're like, perfect. It's like, oh yeah, dude. And so we're rehearsing and starting to do some recording. And then actually, yeah, they got signed afterwards, and they had like this 5-record deal and a tour and all this shit. And they're like, all right, we're going to start touring in Germany. We're going to go around the world, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you know what? I think I'm just going to stay in Amsterdam and grow weed. I was like, it's just, I couldn't feel it. It was just weird. I was like, the plant was so like, dude, I'm here. It's like right here. It's like, if you can play music and be with me, then that'll work. But if you're going to go off in the world, then we're definitely going to part ways. You know what I mean? Because traveling in the early 90s and cannabis was always such a challenge. So I decided just to stay with the plant, and, and that band went off and their lives went crazy, and they all had all this crazy drama on their world tour. And, following your passion is like definitely important. But for me, it was definitely sticking with weed.
It was the
And you-
sage.
It was the sage, dude. I couldn't, it's like part of my DNA,
Sage needed to exist.
I got to jump
You
in.
had you
My kids'
you
game's about ready to start, but I really appreciate you having me on.
Thanks, Zach. Enjoy the
Take it easy,
game.
guys. I will. Have a good day,
Take
you
it
guys.
easy, man.
thanks,
All
All right,
right.
Zach.
bye.
Mojave,
I gotta
before
go
you
too.
Mojave,
Yeah.
I seem to remember your story having a exposure to the Grateful Dead at an early age, right? Isn't there a story there?
Oh yeah, no, my dad's best friend was the road manager for the Grateful Dead before they were the Dead. He an old friend of Jerry's, and he was more than my uncle. He was like another dad to me, someone I grew up with my whole life, and he was a total character. We had lots of musicians in the scene in Big Sur, and yeah, we were very my dad was a smuggler at one point, and him and his best buddy had all kinds of strange relationships with the dead around, you know, cannabis but yeah, it goes way back. And his family, his kids are still good friends. And I never really appreciated growing up like what that meant, like being like, it's like just the Grateful Dead was just a kind of a fixture, of our family. Hell's Angels, like my mom tells stories about like, Hell's Angels showing up on a dirt road in Big Sur on like Harleys, like 30, bringing food for us because, they found out that a bunch of hippies living on this out in the woods didn't have food. And so we had this weird Bay Area connection. My family lived in Marin too before we moved to Big Sur. So yeah, it goes way back with the Dead. But then later in life, as a teenager, when they reemerged in, I guess, in the 80s when it became a big thing, then I, started going to shows again. And, by then my uncle was no longer involved because he got way whacked out and drugs and all that stuff. But he kind of reintroduced me to that scene, and his kids as well got reintroduced to the scene and started going to shows, backstage passes, going there and hanging out with the Dead in the back there, just like a trip, just like a little kid on acid there while the wives are making them sandwiches. And I'm just like, wow, those sandwiches look really good. Could I have a sandwich? Like, what the fuck are you? Like, I'm just here. I've got this pass, and people say I can go places.
Are
That's
are you
awesome.
amazed? Are you amazed like me, like when you look back now, like here we are in 2025, and it was just kind of like a flash in the pan that they existed for the 30 years that they did. Here we are, and going to be the 60th year of Grateful Dead music. And man, it seems like their music is bigger today than it was when Jerry checked out, right? Like there's Grateful Dead cover bands in
Yep.
every, part of the country performing that music, and there's really famous musicians who perform the music of Grateful Dead. So I think it has something to do with the staying power of the music. But does it amaze you, Mojave, like when you look back, like to think that, oh my God, here it is, like so many years after Jerry's gone and the actual configuration that we knew as the Grateful Dead has been ceased to
Yeah.
exist for a while, but that body of music exists. And, I think it has to do with the taping. They allowed taping at their shows, and that was a really smart move. It didn't seem like a smart move at the time, but if you think about it, there's more recordings of the Grateful Dead than
Yeah.
any other band on the planet. If you think about like all the tapes and everyone's collections and the way it was traded, to me it's phenomenal just to
Yeah.
think about.
I think the music, I think the music is important and the music is beautiful. And that is definitely 100% true, Mark. But I think more than to me, the real reason the Dead is still relevant and people listen to the music and the cover bands and all the similar bands and jam bands is because the spirit of what the Dead was and that connective tissue that they were for humanity in as a community was so needed, right? Like what would the world be like? Like you can like I love Jimi Hendrix, I love Led Zeppelin, I love the Beatles, I love a lot of classic rock, but you could remove all those people from those bands from the world and the world would be different. But if you took the Dead out of the human history of the world, man, it'd be very different.
Right.
They created this cultural movement that branched off into all these different facets, into cannabis, into glass, into culture, into tech, into art, into, whatever. They're
Well,
like a anthropological phenomenon. So it's like
yeah,
there's a
like
necessity of
what happened in and around that scene, especially as it relates to cannabis and psychedelics, and yeah, I guess having a good time in general, is, like if you go to a Billy Strings, again, just like incredible musician, and he's got a scene outside of his shows, the proverbial shakedown street, right? Where there's people who are vending all kinds of, wares, and you could get good glass pipes, you could probably get good weed. I mean, the thing is that business model of having a culture kind of develop around your music. I think the Dead were the first to do that, right? Because like the great bands that you mentioned, and I grew up listening to prog rock, ELP, Yes, Genesis, great music, and such a, you know, period of time when, you know, when you got records, you had to go to the record store the day the album was released, and then you brought that album home and you clean your weed on it, and you put the headphones on, and you got lost in Pink Floyd Animals, or, remember
right.
all that great music that went kind of like it created, and this goes back to this episode, right, Caleb? A connection between the human experience of music and like getting high. Like when you got home with that Talking Heads album that was just released, and you're getting high and you're listening to that album for the first time. Like maybe you've heard a couple of the songs on the radio, but like it's not like it is today. I mean, you heard that song on the radio, you had to wait till the radio station plays it again to hear it again. I remember listening to Wrapped Up Like a Douche, Another Runner in the Night. I'm like, oh my God, did they just say douche? Holy shit. I gotta go back and listen. I didn't even know that that was a Bruce Springsteen song, right? And we were fucking high as hell inside my friend's sister's car. We couldn't even finish the joint that we started smoking. But I mean, the connection that we had back in the FM music days between, getting a record for the first time at the record store and then going home and smoking some weed and putting it on. I remember, Brothers and Sisters, the Allman Brothers. I remember the day that Terrapin Station came out, the day that Shakedown Street came out. Yeah, you went to the record store, got the record, went home, rolled a joint, got high, put the headphones on, and listened to that music for the first time. It was a magical experience that just
Rolled the
transported
joint on the record.
on the
I
record.
well, it was the same way, but I had some different artists. I was like Redman,
Oh
Method
yeah.
Man.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Some Snoop Dogg, some Dr. Dre, Chronic
Yeah.
2001, Explosive, baby. You know
Well,
what
I
I'm
was a white
saying?
kid living in the suburbs growing up in the 70s. So I was listening to WNEW in New York, and whatever they played. When I first heard Elvis Costello, first heard the Talking Heads, first heard Squeeze, all those great bands. And it doesn't seem like music is that way anymore, right? Like the music that's today is just doesn't have the substance that, that music of the 60s and the 70s and the
Uh,
80s.
I don't know, Mark. I think the music is great, even better in some respects because it's everywhere in performance. It's just the ability. The record companies can't present the art the way they used to. And so now record companies can only present the most commercial fast food version of it because it's been taken away from them, right? Music is now in the hands of the internet. So it's like there is no like it's sad for kids not to have that collective experience of the way we did, but I think the music part's alive. It's just not the product the way
Well,
it was,
the
you
music is
know.
the same as weed, right? There's too many people trying to go grow weed. They're not all deserving to be growing weed. And
That
there's too
is.
many people trying to be artists, and maybe they're not all talented. And because the record labels no longer invest heavily in artist development and creative the same way, the stories aren't being told. And there's just a lot of there's just a lot. But of course, I'm sure there's the same amount of talent percentage wise in the world. It's just harder to dig through it and find it. I just think about me searching on the internet from something now compared to 10, 15. I can't find anything. I don't know where shit is. I don't know how you find out about stuff. But I think that's what it is like it is all about the internet and so many people trying to do it similar to weed. There's just so many people who go, oh, weed's cool, and I want to be down with weed. And that's what makes it hard. Consumers have to weed through all that themselves to find out who the real weed people are.
Yeah, well, back then too, it was, more like this like main component of where the music was coming out from. And they were all listening to similar records. They were all inspired by similar bands, and they were all being inspired in very similar, they were moving to the same places and going to each other's concerts. And so it was kind of like now that's not how music is chosen. Like now, music is chosen through the infinite hyphae of the mycelium network. It can come from a billion different ways. It certainly does not need to be limited through like the record label, which was pretty much the way music was fed to us back in the day. If the label didn't get behind it, it would have been very hard for you to have been turned on to Led Zeppelin.
Right. Well, I saw some artists talking about what they would do to fix it, and they go super simple. Put CD players in cars, start selling CDs, put CD players back in cars, and get rid of all this digital stuff. I don't even have any music on my phone. I don't know how to download anything but my own music. So I listen to music on YouTube because I don't know how to use Spotify, but put CD players back in cars, sell the CDs in physical stores, and no more streaming.
I think that's again just going back to like what the jam band scene is now and like nugs.net, all the couch tour stuff and all the broadcasts of live performances. I think the Grateful Dead changed the way live music is presented. And like, yeah, now anyone with an Instagram or a YouTube channel can be an artist. And back then, you needed to be picked up by a major record label to be distributed, or else people wouldn't know who you were. But I think what the Dead did quietly all during the 80s is just played night after night. They played a different show every night. And they had kids like me hooked because I remember when I had to justify to my dad, who thought I was in college, and I was coming home for dinner one Easter, and we had to change the time of the dinner so I could make it to the Hartford show that night. It was like an obsession. They thought that we were obsessed, and I had to kind of like rationalize the Grateful Dead like baseball. I'm like, well, yeah, it's different every time. It's like every night was different, and I don't think every band was like that at the time. And so now I think again, there's this whole scene of bands who can exist without having mass popularity and not being, a band like Mo, for example. I think Mo is a great example. They have achieved a certain level of success. Their, band admin office is all family members, so they kind of keep it in the family and they play small little venues. Daniel, like this, they just played Stowe Cider the other night. And, like small venues, kind of like Zen Barn, like things that are nice in Vermont that has, cultural significance in that when you go there, you're supporting a local venue. So the money you're spending behind a bar isn't going to some Live Nation big venue. It's going to a small venue owner here in the state. And so things kind of stay homegrown. And I think there's certain levels of success that you could achieve now without being, Ariana Grande or some, big blown up act these days. There's still a lot of great music going on today, but I don't think that I
Well,
don't think it'll ever be like it was in the 60s and 70s and the
they don't
80s.
sell they don't sell records to Dan's point because but they make their money performing. So if you're a
Yeah.
good performer, and that's kind of what the Dead did, they also didn't sell as nearly as many records as they did perform and put people in seats. So if you're a good band and you can perform, people do appreciate live music. And there is amazing music. I just lately, like a couple months ago, Spotify took me on a thread that I wouldn't have gone down. And I've been like listening to some really cool music that I never would have selected. but I got lucky because 90% of the time I ever tried that before, it took me down this commercial avenue that I didn't
Right.
like. So I'd always just play the music that I wanted to listen to. And then I started letting it go. And I was like, wow, you guys took me to like 70s Ethiopian jazz funk. And I'm like, this is really fucking cool. And now I'm like obsessed with Ethiopian jazz funk.
Well, as long as
That's
there's
awesome.
people smoking marijuana, right? I mean, as we used to say, you get five guys together, you have them drink alcohol, they get into a fight. You get five people, you get them a joint. Next thing you know, they're starting a band. So there's still the creativity out there. It's just, we've seen a demographic. I grew up playing a traditional instrument, right? About a decade ago, I mean, Guitar Center and others said the number one selling things are DJ equipment, right? It's just changed its creativity and perception. What people were doing on a fretboard, they started doing with turntables and sounds and really experimenting and taking things. So it's always going to be an ebb and flow. You remember, rock and roll was going to be the devil's music, but jazz was the devil's music. Then hip hop was the devil's music. So just make music. You're always going to be accused of being on the side of the devil because you're being creative. So, just do it, and whatever happens, it's just as everybody's talked. How I did it, which was making a mixtape, and then a 45, then to going to wax and stuff like that, that went away, but now it's back. You know what I'm saying? So, because when I grew up, I was only buying 7 inches, right? My first 7 inch was Les Freak, Freak Out, back in the 70s, right? Right. But that was, again, what was it? It was an affordable medium, right? A 45 was, less than $1 back then, right? And it was 2 songs, right? You got one song and then you got one song you never heard on the other side, right? Or that you occasionally listen to, right? But then that what changed into, right? How many of us belong to a music service, but like the old school where you get 10 tapes and then you have to buy them over a series of time, right? Then it became CD, and then it's just
KTEL.
right,
KTEL.
right, KTEL for sure. And then we all destroyed our computers with LimeWire, right? Or our friends or our parents' computers, right?
I
Because that
used
would
Kazaa.
right? Because then we
Yeah.
had a way to burn music. So just it doesn't matter as long as the music's there. People will find a way to get it out. Yeah, it's different. The music industry's completely changed, and I'm glad that it's changed because I've been a musician. I was an artist. I was a music artist. I wasn't a music player in the sense that you're in the music industry, right? That's a whole other realm of realities that you have to be really good, talented, but you got to also have some luck and love and a way to get that music out. So, cannabis spreads still by smoking circles, and the music will continue to spread just in different ways, shapes, and forms. And something's going to evolve from, the turntables to something else eventually that's currently being made right now that people are scoffing at and laughing at will soon eventually become the dominant paradigm in music. That's just how it goes because Generation Alpha, right? The new generation will reject our conventional music and find something and create something else. And that's the beauty of music, right?
Whatever they do create, I do hope to see a world where you can go to a musical experience and have cannabis be the drug of choice that's set up to support your intake of cannabis. It's not all booze. It's not all you come in, you're like, oh, welcome, Mr. DJ Hard Hitter. We've got your table right over here with your pre-rolled blunts as you pre-requested. That's the
That's
VIP
correct.
service.
I'm,
That's what
I'm
I'm
gonna
looking
need
for.
that. I
So
need
when I
that.
do shows,
I need
when
that
I
on the pull up, on command, on demand.
yeah, so
Always have my goddamn weed wrong.
Is that in your writer? I mean, put it in your writer. Others have.
well, yo, so what I do when I do shows is I have somebody go around the crowd, hand out a bunch of weed. And so I'll
Nice.
usually do these gift bags with lighters and pre-rolls and stickers. And I'm not
Classy.
supposed well, in California it's easier, but I'll just pop a whole bunch of pre-rolls and get everybody smoking our herb. So I'll get the people performing that I'm opening for smoking the herb. and then I get everybody in there smoking the herb, and then I throw, more off stage. But yeah, I'm excited, to talk music. Yeah, I've been working on my music for a long time, and have kept it pretty private and personal. And like I mentioned earlier, I just debuted my first release, back in August. And what's cool is, I've got decades worth of songs that I'm gonna all start putting out. And so my plan is to start a label and have a whole strategy of what I want to do with this music. I just want people to hear it and hope maybe they have a similar impact, or enjoy it the way I do. But the balance is running a cannabis company and having the time to break away from that. So that's my hope and balance, is to start consistently releasing music, on a monthly basis. So there's more and more, but I need to free up the time to shoot the music videos and write the blogs and do the fucking, other things to get it out there. But I appreciate an opportunity to come on and speak about it, and be interesting if people check it out.
Absolutely. Well, I definitely want to get links for everyone that has, whether it's your Spotify set list that you like to listen to, whether it's your own music, links to what you're doing. I spoke with Caleb earlier at the end of the show. I definitely want to have all of your contacts, and links to, in the description of the video soon after we're done. So if Caleb doesn't have those already, make sure you send him an email with those, so that the minute the show's done, because the show will get like 5,000 views in the next 5 or 6 days, but it'll be like, we want those links to be up right away. It might go up another 5,000 views in the next month or two. So in a very short period of time, we'll get a lot of eyes on it. So it would be nice to give everyone the proper exposure to what they're doing, especially with music.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Tupac made me smoke a lot of weed too, though. I ain't gonna lie. Tupac was a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Once again, through this bubble bag thing, like even someone was mentioning Bear. I was like, I met Bear. Like I met Bear because he saw bubble bag. I met Skunkman Sam because he saw bubble bags online. He reached out to me. He's like, if it don't bubble, ain't it worth the trouble? Do you know who first said that? And I could even hear the like aggression in his voice when he asked me on the email, and I was just like, "Yeah, I know who it is, dude. Like, don't worry, fucking, I respect you. If you don't want me to use it, I won't. If you do, I will. Whatever." He was super cool about it. We became friends soon after. I met Bear the same way. He reached out to me about bubble bags and with some random like, he's like, "I think butter is better than bubble," and I was like, "What? Who the fuck is this character?" He was in his like eating like butter, infused butter towards the end of Owsley Stanley's life. He was all about the infused butter. It's probably how he flipped his tracker, honestly. He was eating a lot of this butter.
Yeah, he's a
Anyway,
big pro meat guy.
Damn.
yeah, he was a super pro meat guy, dude. Like, forget about it. Like, he was all his consumption of cannabis at the end was through butter, which is fine. I'm pro all cannabis consumption, use, whatever it is. But yeah, so met lots of characters over the years with the bubble bags. A lot of different characters that even we've mentioned today here. But oh, the Tupac one, I was gonna say. Didn't meet Tupac, obviously, but I met Mike Dean, who I guess
Mike Dean,
produced.
that's my homeboy.
Yeah, dude, Mike Dean, dude. Mike Dean reached out to me years ago. I had no idea who he was, but he's like a fuck. He's the man, dude. Like he does a lot of work with a lot of
Man,
artists. He's had a lot of
he does a lot of
successes.
work with these people. Yeah,
Yeah.
these people.
Dude,
Rap a lot.
he would send me unreleased Scarface
Yeah.
music that was like that no
That
one had
official
heard
catalog
yet.
chain you got?
That's
Looked
right.
like
He
it.
worked on all the Scarface music. Him, Joe,
Yep.
Scarface himself. Actually, they did the Tiny Desk. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
should really check that out. The Scarface with the Tiny Desk with
Yep.
Mike Dean.
Oh, I've
Like
seen it.
now this guy here, he's an incredible musician. He should get an invite to the hash day.
Totally. Totally. We'd do a whole show around Mike Dean. But yeah, he was another one that reached out about bubble bags, and I ended up getting him a set of bags, and just kind of a heady dude. I was kind of, when Mike first reached out to me, I was like, this is it. This is where bubble bags are going to get their first mention. we're gonna get like bubble hash something. We're gonna get a mention in some hip hop song. I know Mike, but it just you know what? It leaned into the reggae, and it was the reggae that got a hold of it. It's like, no, we got this. We got this.
Dude,
But you
Mike
can
D, he even works with Travis Scott and all of those guys.
Oh yeah, yeah, Kanye,
Kanye
and
West,
he was like posting
everybody.
pictures of him up with Madonna like not too long ago.
Yeah, I've
well,
got a
I was going to say, it's not just being in musicians to get involved in cannabis. I was with the Cannabis Action Network back in the early 90s, and the Lollapalooza and the Horde Tour liked that we were grassroots cannabis people, and we went out on tour. And then Primus and Fishbone and various others were like, we like what y'all are doing. Come out with us and educate people on tours. So you don't have to be a musician to necessarily plug into the scene, because what we found is when we were doing these tours, the musicians were all coming to us. I met various musicians scoring, on the buses from the bass tech, right? Was the actual seller on the tour, right? So everybody went and visited, and it's just the reality is cannabis and music are tied at the hip. Cannabis doesn't travel without music, and music doesn't travel without cannabis. That's what I learned from the inside scene. So again, you don't have to necessarily be musically inclined to tap into the culture. If you're active and you're genuinely working towards, as we were, they will respond. Not only that, they'll invite you on the tour. We weren't paid to be on the tour. We had to pay our way through and sell our own t-shirts and do that sort of thing. But those are ways that you can just plug in if you're not, or if you want to get along for the scene, become a roadie, learn how to plug in and play and do all that stuff. Those are real jobs. I've done that myself, and you can get around and see a lot of the world in music just being behind the scenes. It's a tight-knit family that way. Right, musicians?
Yeah, I just want to say, DJ Hardhead or what up, man? I just want to say Scarface is really inspirational to me. I'm big Scarface fan. And
That's my homeboy, man. Well, big brother, I should say. Yeah. See, I work in the general manager's office at Rap a Lot. Actually, my boss just passed away. The legendary Mike Mack. But he was over what Rap a Lot for everything having to do with all of the music, the catalog, everything except for accounts payable and receivable concerning Rap a Lot Records as a whole. So this is distribution, this is management, marketing, uh, getting the video shot, uh, everything. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Scarface, man, that's like my favorite artist of all time. And
yeah,
I
most
know him. And I
most people
know him, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most
It's
people think
awesome.
of Scarface as, and they hear his stuff that kind of took off when he became more mainstream. But Scarface, his early music he's considered your favorite rapper's favorite rapper because the way that he wrote and the way he did storytelling, it's on par with like a Slick Rick. I mean, it's a very, unique, standout artist that was really inspirational to me.
Yeah. Especially the song Mary, 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 Mary. You know what I'm saying?
So
Mary
good,
J.
man. Listen, imagine he's sending me his shit unreleased. Like it hasn't even gotten out yet, and he's like, "Here, check this one out." And I'd see it would say Scarface MP4. I'm like, "Yes." Crack this thing open and listen to it like 25 times in a row, man. I was like, "How did I somehow hit the jackpot where this dude reached out to me to buy my bags is now sending me unreleased music?" Bless you, Mike Dean. I appreciate you, dude.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's an incredible rapper, dude. That guy is amazing narrative skills and vivid, often dark tales of life in Houston, right?
That's correct.
Struggles of the streets,
From the South Side.
introspection.
What's unique about
Mine,
Scarface,
yeah, go
he
ahead.
was probably one of the first rappers to talk about struggles with mental health. Like
Mm,
hip hop is so
Right.
masculine. So most
Yes.
people are
right.
trying to do real hard, but his early music, he would talk about the own battles that he was having in his mind and some pretty dark stuff for sure, but
Totally.
really deep. He's an interesting dude just watching interviews of him.
It kind of plays to today where you see, I don't know how many of you guys have been exposed to Ren, but Ren was going to be Ren was kind of going to be like some big thing in the UK. So I don't know if he was supposed to be a pop star or something, but he had major mental health breakdown and then just inwardly converted his mental health breakdown into a focus on executing authentic music, his authentic music. And if you don't know who he is, I would definitely implore you to go check it out. He's got some cool concepts. For the longest time, all the videos I'd seen of Ren were him busking out in the streets of whatever city. I think there's some Amsterdam ones and some London ones, but he'd just be busking and really crushing it and doing a wide variety of music. But some of his more non-covers, his own authentic music, he's 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 basically having a conversation with his dark passenger, right? His mental illness, his like the voice in his head. And he's wearing just a like hospital gown and he's sitting in this sort of dark and dingy room on an acoustic guitar. And it's really fucking powerful. If you haven't seen it, I would check it out. He's worth looking into. Just from what Dan mentioned about Scarface speaking about mental health, Ren is definitely picking up that baton and going deep with it. Really exposing the that nitty gritty dark side of mental health that really everyone has suffered from at one point in time, some worse than others for sure, but everyone's tasted it. Well, we got about a half an hour left today on the show. If there's anything, I know I was going to end it. I had a concept that I was going to ask you guys about. I'll have to remember that. I did have kind of the last 10 or 15 minutes of a question I was going to ask everyone. But in the meantime, we have about a half an hour. If anyone wants to speak to anything in particular or talk about projects that they're up to that maybe the people who are listening would like to know about. I think we have 300 or 400 people watching live right now. Yeah, just over 325, 326.
Well, I'm always happy to talk about stuff if there's any topic you guys would like to discuss, from genetics and ongoing stuff with, you know, breeding, cultivation, music.
One thing that came to mind earlier that kind of resonated was like cultivating and giving space for the grow. And I feel like in creating music or the creative process, it's good sometimes to be out in nature. And that disconnect, I think that's a connection with cannabis and music. And would love to speak to that maybe a little bit because I know in NorCal, Emerald Triangle in the Santa Cruz Mountains, or where I grew up in Gold Country, that connection to getting to the roots and creation, I think, is best paired cannabis and music together, but also taking that time, on the hill and taking that time in the wild element to cannabis and music.
I feel that. There's no human beings within a half a mile of me in any direction, and I like it that way. I really like my privacy, and I think that's because I've been trying not to get busted for weed a lot of my life, and so both here in Vermont and in California, both properties are off grid, solar and battery, and so. Uh, I like to visit cities and more populated areas to kick it and do cool stuff and experience culture and visit people. But I definitely prefer to be, more, in natural surroundings and try to preserve them as much as possible. And that's where I like to grow weed, and that's where I like to write and do music.
Very cool, man. I definitely have a massive affinity for music, not much of a creator of it, played drums and always enjoyed drum circles and have a lovely collection of drums and got an acoustic guitar eventually. I play left-handed, so it just was never convenient for me to learn from anyone. If someone knew guitar and had a guitar, it was strapped the wrong way for me. I didn't fit into that, unfortunately. But that's okay because I was directed into creating nice hash. So I was happy with my pathway, and I can always still pick up my guitar today and start playing it again, which is a beautiful thing about music. But it's definitely played an important role in just my life. And I can see it in my kids too, my daughter in particular, how important music is to her, just that connection. It's nice to have a track to your different experiences of your life, where you hear music and you can remember specific times. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, music is, I think, got us all through times of no pot, right? Than anything else, right? From this, when I went to combat, when I was in the army, I made my own mixtapes. I brought an Outback, Sony Outback fucking tape player, right? Because I needed something heavy duty to survive. And yeah, I mean, all the toughest, most hardest times in my life, the only thing that's pulled me out is music, right? That has always been my lifeline. Is that the same for everybody else?
Absolutely. Through hard times, and as mentioned when I first jumped on, that
Absolutely.
uh, losing everything in the fire. One thing I was blessed about in the community here in the Emerald Triangle was that not only did farmers see what happened to me and bless me with getting their trust to make hash for them, but also I got to DJ harvest parties. I DJ'd a lot of parties out in the hills that help me rebuild myself.
That's
Awesome.
uh,
Beauty of community here.
I just want to learn to grow the weed from scratch to everything. Everything that I can learn about growing, everything, and I'm willing to learn.
Well, there's no shortage, man, and let me tell you, there's a lot of good people sharing information about such a thing. Plus, you live in a place where when you plant seeds, they grow so beautifully.
I think if some of these legends could drop some of the links, so where we can read up or learn a couple things, couple of videos. Here, some of them are talking about some YouTube links
I
as
can
well.
link you up with all sorts of information, Kazam, including people and even people in Jamaica. Like I said, the best
And then
way to
you can.
learn, in my opinion, in Jamaica, you could go intern. You have to have time to be able to give to it, but you could go donate and volunteer your time at different grows where someone has a vast array of knowledge that's sort of the person running it, right? You want to work with someone who's exceptional and who has a good understanding. There's definitely, certainly incredible growers on Hash Church that have been dropping really good information for the last like 10 years on here, but I don't know where would you guys that are on the panel suggest getting really good you know, growing cannabis knowledge. Like, where does one find such a thing at this point in time? I remember there used to be key websites, but now there just must be a billion and one different sources for this.
It's a lot to sort through these days.
Yeah.
So much, dude.
Plant some seeds, man. Hit me up if you want. I'll give you some seeds and um, plant seeds and gain experience and find the best people who are growing weed and try to look over their shoulder and ask questions. And
Yes,
but hit
sir.
me up. I'll give you some seeds if you want some seeds.
Yeah, I'd love to keep connected. I think it's good to build relationships. A lot of interviews, a lot of talk, a lot of like podcasts are a wonderful way. I feel like there's a lot of knowledge there and actual growing is a rite of passage. You have to be humbled sometimes and keep growing and learn from your mistakes. That's definitely something that I've been humbled by this plant so much, but I also get so fired up when it's time to germinate and get the soil ready and get back into it. Every seed is a prayer, every breath is a blessing, every year is an honor to walk with this plant. So stay connected.
Sorry.
Well said. Appreciate that. You're outside again, Kazam. You're not, I thought you were at work.
Yes, I'm outside again. I'm working at a gas station. I'm applying for a gas station, so I'm in and out of the office. I'm
Okay.
short on staff, so I have to be all over the place right now.
All right. All right. Well, cool. I'm definitely going to link you guys all up. Make sure on the email that I sent out that everyone like replies back with their contact information, or I can get it all from Caleb. I just want to make sure you guys all have access to each other, because that is always convenient.
Yeah, give thanks, man. I did send an email.
Oh, wonderful. Awesome. Yeah, we'll make that happen for sure. Just
I'm
yeah,
gonna
it's another
compile
beautiful.
some.
What you'll compile some as well, Caleb?
Yep. We'll get you that
Awesome.
list by the end of the show.
Oh yeah,
That was
dude.
great. We sat here and smoked weed for a long time. It's fun.
Yeah, it's, every Sunday we do this for about 4 hours. We go into different levels of conversation. It was nice to have a kind of a different panel today with some of the regulars as well, and sort of have this conversation. I think this conversation definitely has the capability of going deeper. It's just a little bit of a harder one to crack, that cannabis music relationship and how absolutely in depth, like how important it was in so many different genres of music that came out. If you follow cannabis use back to really like old jazz music, so cool.
I have a
Thank
really
you.
hard time doing music and making music without weed. There was
Mm.
one time in my life where I was challenged where, I was in a position where I couldn't smoke, and I wanted to write. And so I had to really challenge myself as a writer to see what I was made of. And I was able to write some stuff that I thought was really special. But like I said about the amplifier, when I write, I start smoking, and what it does is I believe that it connects. It's also a conduit, a connector. And so, they talk about your consciousness, and when you use, weed, it can open up a lot of things that otherwise you wouldn't have access to. And I think that's where, when I work on music, whatever is coming from, is largely, coming from the influence that the herb has when I smoke. And then it's kind of like a wave that you're trying to ride, because like if you hit it the right way, all this shit is bursting out and all this creative stuff. And then you'll put things down that can't go back later and understand where it came from. That all kind of connects and clicks. And then if there's too much or too little, that's what it's kind of like for me as I use, herb when I write and stuff from my own experience.
It's the key to your door of creativity, right? It unlocks your door, right? We all have individual doors of creativity that we don't know how to unlock. It just unlocks. And when it's there, you best bathe in that shit, because if you don't, you're going to potentially miss lightning. If it's just a
Yep.
hum, a beat, a melody, a lyric, right? You got to immediately jot it down, right? And capture that. Otherwise, it's gone to the ether. If you go to sleep and you don't jot it down, you're not waking up the next morning and hearing it, right? So, when you're in that flow, and I found that's what I find with cannabis. Cannabis is that key that unlocks that door, that creativity, and that flow. If you're not ready for it, you better be ready for it, because it's coming
Yeah.
and it's inside you.
It's exactly how I feel. So a lot of the times I'll be driving and I'm supposed to have phone calls, and I'll smoke, I'll get really high, and I'll hear a beat, and all of a sudden that's what I have to do. And I'll just write while I drive. A lot of my songs are actually written on notes on my phone, hitting the just repeat over again on the instrumental on long drives and stuff. But you can't lose the opportunity if you get that intense energy of creation coming.
Especially if you're in a musical collaboration, like I've always said that you can't make music with people that you can't communicate with. And like think about just the sort of like the situation where like if a guy is screwing your woman, you can't make music with that guy, right? Because you have to be in a place where you're vulnerable. And sometimes I think, right, Dan, sometimes cannabis gets you there. If you're in a group of musicians and everyone's getting high and everyone's kind of like on the same wavelength, when you lower those those guards, you can really start communicating musically with other people in a collaboration. And that's where the Gestalt thing comes into play because what you're doing now is bigger than just the individual players themselves, right? And so there's this communication that happens amongst musicians when you're playing in a small group and everyone's kind of on that same kind of wavelength. It's really exciting when that happens, and I think everyone in the ensemble recognizes it. And it doesn't always happen, right? But I think cannabis can help you get there.
Absolutely. It can also help you recognize it while you're watching and it's happening.
Well, it also can get you together to synchronize, right? I've had my band used to practice high. I used to have a band called Northern Lights Number Five, so that when we played high, we were ready for it, right? You can't practice and then go play high, and no. If you're playing and you're doing it right, you're hitting a level sometimes, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, musicians. Who has not astral projected while they're playing live? Literally left their body, left their being, and you're just holding some spiritual ground to be there, but that connection's so solid. Anybody else?
If you
No, that's
study
my
for the
favorite
test,
place. Yeah.
if you
Not
study for
everyone
the test,
understands music. It's a spiritual thing.
Yeah,
if you
well,
study
closing
for the
my eyes,
test
my hands pointing,
stoned,
that is powerful. That's well
if
said.
if you study for the test stoned, you better take the test high, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
True.
Very true.
This is very true. I don't know what happened, man. I really blew that taste. Well, did you get super high before you took it? Oh, that was the problem. I have to admit, I did take tests very high and did fine on them, but maybe not for everyone.
That's I
Connecting with
taught
your
they taught
fellow
me that
players. That's important. That
in college.
cannabis connection amongst the players.
They told us if exactly what Mark said, if you study high, you better take the test high. And that was my TA in my English 101. I was like, oh, this is a life hack. I
That
had no
is a
idea
life hack.
how much it
Nobody
was a
does.
life hack I was learning. Probably the best lesson I ever learned in college.
Shit, eh? I like that, dude. I like that a lot. Well,
I can't tell you how many times but we would be like drummer would be off, bass player would be off. Then let's take a break, smoke a joint, and next thing you know, you're back all in sync. Have that happen?
Especially recording when you're in the studio trying to record your music, you guys got to be, it's like taking a test high. You jam high, you create high, you find your verses and your choruses, you find the structure sometimes high because you're open in that realm, that space that cannabis can help take you. And playing long enough, you eventually can communicate, telepathically. I've also experienced this with other teachers, and that's really important that when you build that rapport. Our group has been playing every week in weekends since 2010, so going on 15 years, and you get to a point where there's such a relationship. Cannabis kind of keeps that new, and listening to music too. I was thinking about that too with the DJs on the panel. Ganja can get you to this place where you can hear different things almost every time. You can listen to the same album, same record, and there's still something kind of new there sometimes. And it's like there's that beautiful infinity of possibilities and novelty that ganja helps with.
well, I'm sure as appreciators of music, lovers of music and cannabis, each and every one of you have had the experience where you've been turning someone on to a song and you want them to focus on it as much as you're focusing on it and really hear what that song is. So what I would ask each and every one of you, we'll go through the list, is to what is that song that you would like to turn on the people that are listening to the podcast today for you? And I don't mind going first. Something that you just it's like an exciting jam, or it's an incredible guitar riff, or it's an amazing bass or drum beat, or it could be vocals, it could be whatever it is that you would just love for our audience to hear if you had your one song. I'm going to say for me. I'm gonna go, and this is mainly because these are the most recent sort of musical experiences I've been happening. I've gone down this Harry Mack rabbit hole, this freestyle rapper guy that's just mind bending on every level. And I think I was gonna say Omega 18, but what I will say is Rap Coltrane. I think it's his rap soliloquies. It's called Rap Coltrane, and the two songs are called, well, one is Rap Coltrane and the other is Snake Eyes. And it's just a YouTube video. Go watch that after you take a big rip. Maybe put the closed captions on, even though he's very clear. You want to read the words while he's saying them. And let me know what you think in the comments sections of the video. I'm going to pass it on to Dan, and he's going to let you know what song does it for him and that he'd really love you to listen to with intent focus. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, wow. Well, there's a lot of stuff. I'm weird with music. When I hear something I like to listen to it on repeat a lot because you do get a different expression of it every time. But honestly, I'm gonna say I would like for you to listen to my music. Um, everything that I put out it's a true story. It's all autobiographical. And it's pretty deep. And I've only shared it just recently. So if you wanted to check it out, you can go to Bandcamp and just search Rebel Grown, Danny Hustle, mixtape volume 1 by Rebel Grown. It's produced by my friend Tasso, who's an incredible DJ, an international DJ and producer. He's toured all over the world in 6 continents, tours half, 2/3 out of the year. He's really influential in the development of juke or footwork, which is a whole kind of subgenre of electronic music and hip hop that comes out of Chicago, the whole tech life thing. Um, and so it's dope. What song would I would say is the illest one would probably be the fourth song. But that would be dope if anybody wants to check it out. And I'm curious to see what people think of it.
Awesome, dude. Thank you. How about Christopher Carr?
Hey, yeah, give thanks. This is my first time on Hash Church. It's a pleasure to connect with all of you, especially on such a intimate and inspiring topic. Dan, I like that you set the tone, bro, because I think, yeah, we're here to big ups the fresh originals. Thanks and praises by Ancestry, Tree. It's the name of the album, 2024 release. We have Natalie Rise on Wise, Humble, and Strong. That's a unique track. And then the title track, Thanks and Praises, is an homage to Ganja Ma. Always a pleasure to connect with like minds and like spirits, and big ups, big ups. I love Sinsemilla with Black Uhuru. That's another track that fires me up. So thank you all.
Skunkman Sam, how about you, buddy?
Well, I think one of my favorite one is Positive Herb by Naira. Uh, I'm floating high. Can't you see my eyes? I'm red, red, red. Tapping to Zion. A marijuana high in my head. Homie skunk herb hit my brain, etc., etc., etc. But take a listen to it. It's pretty cool.
I like it. I think from now on, everyone else is going to also have to perform their favorite song. So I think Sam just set the tone there. Thank you, Sam, for
Well,
being you.
next time I'll try and rap it.
No problem, man. We'll take it from you. Dr. Mark, I know you've got a whole schwack of songs, but there's got to be one that's just like, is it like a Standing on the Moon? Is it some old blues? Is it what is it? What is it? Some bluegrass?
Well, since this is Hash Church and it's all about smoking, our favorite thing, why don't we use Blaze On, right? So climb that hill, stay on your feet, scramble from your footing when it gets too steep. You're on the highway now with higher hopes, while all around are rolling eggs with living yolks. You never get too sad, you never get too blue. It must be all those chemtrails raining down on you. The justice of the peace won't have it anymore. They just took the covers off the justice of war. You got your nightshades on and your first day's gone. Now the band plays on. You got more light, blaze on. So blaze on from
Nice,
Fish,
dude.
right?
Fish.
There you
That's awesome,
go.
dude. Yeah, I was just joking, but fuck, way to like set the bar even higher, Dr. Mark. How about Nick Riley?
Yeah, I don't know if I can live up to that bar. I'm the drummer in all the musical projects I'm in, so I don't know if you'll get some singing out of me, but uh
You could
yeah,
drum
I don't
it.
know. The I don't know. I'm trying to think about one, but just a song that's really hit me, kind of out of nowhere, is a song called "Change" by Big Thief. I don't know. It's one of those like every year I go back to it. You're talking about like marking moments in time and things like that, and I'm a real big fan of that. Same as Dan too, just like listening to something over and over and over. Um, I used to pick a record of the year, and every morning doing tarps, I would listen to that same record over and over every morning, kind of like set this little moment in time for the year. So, but yeah, that song has become almost like a yearly mark for me to listen to on repeat for a while. So,
Beautiful. Well, thanks for sharing, man. I'm gonna check it out for sure. How about Morning Glory?
Oh boy, as a DJ with ADHD, I have so many songs on my mind right now. Well, I'm gonna have to. I've been thinking about it as well as been hearing everyone's inputs. I'm not gonna have any bars because it's a little more modern, but I'm gonna say a song that I'm probably choosing because I've been playing it every time I've been agitating the biomass to make hash with this track. It's called "Love Rocket" by LS Dream.
Excellent. I just wrote that down. I'm gonna check that out for sure. A little hash making music, hey?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. So, but as a DJ, are you playing songs as a DJ? Like, I guess it's really, I'm not a musician or a DJ, but I imagine there's times where you're playing music for yourself and that there's times where you're playing music for your audience.
Exactly. Um, One thing I love about where I when I DJ a lot of like quote unquote underground scenes is personally one of my favorite genres to mix is house music. But I also realize that not everyone loves that type of music. So one thing I've been doing is on my quest to find new tracks. I love finding like these Bay Area deep house style tracks that have like covers of 90s hip hop lyrics, or kind of like it's getting the vibe of modern, but bringing you back when you hear these voices, nostalgic vibes.
Right, right. Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, I love it. How about can you talk Kazan? In the middle of, you got a tune for us? One that's special, one that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up? Special tune you
Oh,
want to share with everyone? Could be a tune
yes, it's
that
a
you
song
wrote,
called,
could be a tune that you just like.
there's one particular song I always go back to. It's called In the Picture on the Wall. In my house, there's a picture on the wall. Rastafari sit up on his throne. Yeah, man, by Visionaries. That is. I always go back to that tune, you know. So man, I
Wicked.
say straight up.
Thanks for sharing. I'm going to try to find all of these tunes and then put them in a link in the description so that at the end of this video, the people that made it all the way through can be like, all right, now you get to hear kind of everyone's little. I'm going to create a little playlist of this group of songs that we have here. We still have Etienne Fontaine and Caleb Chen to go through. So, Etienne, if you want to go next, tell us a song.
Well, I like the instrumental Muggles. I'm from New Orleans, so it's from Louis Armstrong back in the 20s. But if I had to choose one that always gets me up and going, Cab Calloway's Reefer Man. Have you ever met that funny reefer man? Yeah, I love that song. It's I've always loved upbeat songs, and it was one of those earlier jazz songs. I was like, they're talking about weed. I understood what reefer meant. You know what I'm saying? So that one, where when you're feeling up and bumping, yeah, that one is definitely one to put on the party.
Love it, man. Well, last but certainly not least, Caleb Chen, what is your song that you would love for people to listen to here to finalize? I guess we missed Mojave. Mojave's in the chat, so I'll get him to give his just through the chat. And anyone else, Colin, and anyone else that may have left already. But in the meantime, Caleb, hit us with your song.
Really quick, Caleb, sorry for interrupting. I want to change my answer. Is my favorite song would be We Are the World.
Nice.
Michael Jackson and the whole team.
All the world.
We
All
Are
right,
the
I
World.
added it. I'll put them both
So
up, Dan. Go ahead, Caleb.
nice. Song I want to share with everyone is called Haze by Jackie Chain. It's one of my favorite songs about a specific cultivar. Fun listen, musically some people might not find it up to par, but listen to the lyrics.
Yeah, dude, that's what we'll be doing. We're listening to the lyrics. So I may reach out to each and every one of you, depending on how well I did with the spelling of your band's name or the song's name or the artist's name. Sometimes if you make a mistake, suddenly you can't find, maybe Dr. Mark, you will want a specific version of Blaze up on because it's Fish. And I don't know if you want the album version or if you want some ridiculous like
No, I'll
2023
I'll find the
version.
live version.
I kind of figured you would. So, and anyone else that has a very specific version of the track that they just mentioned, I should also mention Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Floodin' is just absolutely insane. If you just don't want to, if you want your brain to explode and watch this man play the guitar on a live version, find a live version. But in the meantime, I want to thank everyone for coming out as far as Jamaica to Humboldt to Vermont to British Columbia, where I am right now. I appreciate everyone that's been watching all morning. We've had a big group of people with us, over 300 people that have watched for the last 4 hours as we've been hanging out and shooting the shit and talking about music and cannabis and the sort of connection between those two things, which is the sort of theme for this week's show. All of us have a deep appreciation for both cannabis and music. And I liked how there was sort of reggae and there was DJ music and there was, Grateful Dead. I want to shout out DJ Hard Hitta too. He bounced, but we'll get a track from him as well. I feel like it might be a Scarface track, but we'll see what happens. I'll throw one in there anyway because we talked about it. And yeah, hopefully we can do this again one of these days soon, catch up with all of you. I want to thank you for coming out and Caleb for helping me organize the show. The show was his idea. He is the co-host today, and we'll definitely get him back as well. In the meantime, what I would say, as I always say, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. And in the meantime, see you next Sunday, everybody. Peace out.
God bless.
Stop.